back live on YouTube. This will also be good because then when I get to a point where I'm just like, the tractor's going, I can sneak in my dinner. So with that said, we're live on YouTube. We're going to be getting back into Farming Simulator 22, doing our achievement hunting and all that sort of stuff. Let's also make sure I got my stream announcement. Okay, cool. ENX Ariana. Good. Thank you. So we're going to be picking up where we left off in our... It was our Survivor Man challenge run. When we started this run out, we were doing $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. And we did that all the way until they announced Farm Simulator 25. Let's see, if Rual starts the third game in the same trajectory, we will play as a single blade of grass. If Rual starts a third game in the same trajectory, we will play as a single blade of grass. I don't understand. It might be a reference I'm not getting. Man, that's one thing I try not to have like everything I'm playing on the channel the same exact genre game. So there are certain genres I have preferences towards, so like, you know, simulation, tycoon, city builder, settlement builder, all those kind of things. But I try not to play like in a given time that every one of the games is a straight up simulator. Okay, so to pick up where we left off, so we're in July. What were we even doing? We needed to harvest the wheat, harvest the canola, and prep the fields. I think we got through all that, right? Yeah, you're already put away. There's our wheat fields are already done. Yep, so we're all good. Okay, so we were ready to advance the day, I believe. We'll just... Look, we had to pet the dog. It's just the way it is. I'll make the rules here. So let's run over here real fast, make sure the canola is sorted out, and then with all that, we should be able to just go and advance the day. And then the next day, I'll need to be prepping a bunch of the fields. I believe I need to plant the canola at that one. And then the next day, we'll need to plant the wheat and harvest the sorghum. It's a whole big thing. Yeah, so we've got our sorghum is coming along. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this is done, but I just want to check it. So what we're actively working on right now, just to catch people up, I also didn't check on the animals, is we are currently working on a bunch of achievements. The ones we are immediately in the middle of is I am trying to sell 500,000 liters of sorghum, of which we're 400 and something thousand liters, if my math is right. So this harvest should be the last harvest stage sorghum I need to do for the achievement. We are trying to breed chickens and pigs. I also need to do cows and sheep, but until I have the lawn mowing equipment, I can't take care of them properly. Right, okay. So this in-game month... Oh. I have run out of grain for the chickens. I done goofed. Okay, so our chickens need grain. I've messed that up. Right, but let's go back to what I was checking. So we are harvesting the sorghum, and we're planting the canola. So let's start by getting this tractor doing its thing. So we'll get it started on the planting of the canola. All right, we got you all set. And then we can get the harvester starting to do the sorghum. Well, actually, it's good, because we're doing the sorghum today, and... Well, what I'll probably do is I'll probably just buy... Okay, well, one second. We'll figure it out. The reason I'm going back and forth with that is I want to make sure I get the achievement for the sorghum done. So you can do that. I actually needed the harvester next. And so the good news is the sorghum field is right here. So I could literally just turn around, grab this, get this started on its job. So I'm debating whether or not I'm quickly running to the front of the area, buying some quick wheat or whatever, to feed the chickens, and then focusing the harvester on the sorghum, so that I could sell all the sorghum just to make sure I clinch the clinch it, or if I'm taking a little bit of the sorghum, running over to the chickens and then feeding them the sorghum. which shouldn't put a meaningful dent on it. But I'd really like to avoid... I don't think I... We're going to give it to the chickens. Absolutely worst case, I end up having to do another harvest, which is fine. Because ultimately, that's not going to delay us any if that does happen. Alright, so we've got you and you. So looking at our schedule, so the wheat we plant tomorrow, so those fields are done. So it'll be on to this one. So I don't really need the second tractor right now. So I do think I am going to grab the, I'm going to grab the sorghum. I'm going to feed the chickens the sorghum. Because right now they have no food. And as far as I'm aware, in Farm Sim, I've never let the animals stay at 0% health. I'm not aware of the animals dying in the game. I don't think that's a mechanic. I could be wrong. But they will stop producing. But it would make sense if that, like, you just didn't feed your animal for multiple time frames that, you know, you found yourself with less of them to like simplify that. All right. So I don't think the chickens actually need much. Let's take that 4,000 liters, drop it off of the chickens real fast, and see if that's enough to make them happy. I also am having the sneaking suspicion I left the other trailer blocking where I need to feed the chicken. No, the feed is in the front, the pickup's in the back. That's fine. All right, the chickens are back there. All right. Yeah, so there's the back where we pick up the eggs. And this is the front where we drop off the feed. So I gave them some feed for the moment. How much feed can you hold? Only about 10,000. That'll be fine. Yeah, 10,000 shouldn't be nearly enough to throw things off. Okay, so they've got feed, so they'll keep reproducing and making eggs and all that. Alright. The most destitute start, if you read correctly. Yeah, and that was, they can't starve, nor do they get less productive with age, which raises awkward questions about exactly what the farm is in this world. Wait, hang on. They can't starve, nor do they get less productive? I would assume they would get less productive if they were unhealthy. Like, in the game, I mean, obviously in real life, chickens die if you don't feed them. For an entire nation, a single farm to a single plant. Yep. That's what happens. Are you sure they don't, like, I'm fairly confident the animal's production drops when you don't feed them. I don't think they die. I don't think that's a thing. But I'm also not confident on it. The animals are one of the places I haven't done that much in the game. And let's check, make sure there's nothing used we care about. That's fine. Alright. So, right now, we're going to be getting a payday of, you know, a couple 100,000 today, because I've got 3 large sorghum fields. It takes the harvester a little while to get started, because it does this thing where it goes around the outside perimeter and figures all that out, so that it's easier for the rest of it. My hope is, if we finish off the sorghum today, I think I will repurpose 1 or 2 of the fields into cotton, because that's the next crop on the list that I need for the achievements. The only risk there is the cotton harvesters are, oh my god, expensive. The one is just shy of $1 million, and the other one's, I think, around $500-600. So you get the idea. It's it ain't cheap. But since we're no longer on the Survivor Man Challenge rules because we are achievement hunting, worst case is when we get time to harvest, I can turn around and either lease the harvester or take loans to do it. I don't want to do that, but in this particular context, since we're talking mostly about, you know, chasing achievements versus, you know, whatever else, that's not that big a deal. Plus I know we're making enough money that I don't really care. But ideally, it would be not taking a loan or anything. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and just park this for a minute, because we'll probably have to do 2 laps before that matters. I'm going to put ourselves in that. And I'm going to take just a minute here while this is going on. And I'm going to use the restroom real fast and grab myself a knife for my food here. And I'll be right back. And when I go to eat, I'll mute the mic so you don't have to listen to like me scratching the plate and all that stuff and making mouth noises or whatever. So I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, chat, I got a knife. So y'all behave. But yeah. Right. So yeah, so we're getting this seeded. So this is our canola field that once we get that seeded, we'll be all good. Okay, so you just finished that row, so you should now start doing the lengthwise of the field and all that. Hey, Pater, how's it going? Yeah, let me, you know what I'm gonna go ahead and do in the background? If you hear like the Windows administrator sound, that's me. You shouldn't, but I always like worry about that stuff. Cause I do stream on multiple platforms, and earlier, like, just one of the platforms I stream on is TikTok, and earlier it was just like punted me right off and just gone as like, okay, I guess I won't be streaming on you tonight. As well as things when that kind of happens, I just don't worry about it, because Twitch is my main platform. But we switched games, so we'll just see what happens. Because it was kind of one of those things, you know, like we all know where TikTok's based from. And we were playing the Workers and Resources Soviet Republic game, which is a city builder that's, you know, based in the 1960s Soviet Republic or whatever. And it kind of shines a light on maybe that wasn't the greatest time in the world. But TikTok is weird in what it doesn't let you do. There's a lot of stuff that TikTok doesn't let you do that you kind of scratch your head and you're like, really? I see your knife and raise you some lightsabers. I mean, where is my lightsaber right now? Ah, it fell down behind the dresser. Meh. I have a lightsaber. It's a fun and good one, but it's fallen behind the dresser at the moment. And I don't feel like getting up and fighting my way around it. Me and Tomb are both really big Star Wars fans. It's kind of a joke that arguably kind of slightly Star Wars is part of what made us ultimately end up like a pairing up, like meeting each other, because leading into where I met Tomb from, that was online dating, eHarmony. And it was one of those things that are doing like a free weekend or whatever, which for those who don't know the way that, like, it's just a dating website. It doesn't matter which one it is. But the way the one that we were on works is you'd kind of sit there and give you some like basic information about the person, and you'd sit there and put like your preferences in or whatever. And normally what happens is they'll sit there and they'll have like some really, really catered questions where you say like, okay, you know, do you smoke, whatever, like, you know, whatever questions you want to ask the other person, and then they have like yes, no, or whatever answer. So it really kind of limits you at the beginning on your communication. But you can also have like an other question or other response kind of thing. And with the free weekend, they would go out of your way to make it so there was no path to get in direct communication with the other person unless they got to the paying point. So you get all the way up to that spot, and then you wouldn't be able to like actually message the person because you were doing it for free. So both of us when we're like, other question, my email is this. So we just like, you know, once there was clearly interest there, we immediately put like, other question. It's like, hey, my email is this, is like the question or whatever. So I could take it off of there. But just talking to Tomb, she was like, one of the things that was very, you know, made me interested in talking to you is like, your profile had nothing to talk about with like sports or your favorite hockey team or anything like that. It's, you know, you had listed your interest as like gardening and drawing and Star Wars and that. And she was like, and I really like Star Wars. Like, well, that was kind of the same thing, but she had mentioned her interests and all that. And she had mentioned Star Wars as well. So like, we're the kind of couple that we both have the Star Wars shirts that, like, there's the one that says I love you and the other one says I know. We got really lucky, and right before the Star Wars, you know, Galaxy Cruise or Galactic Cruise or whatever they call it, right before that closed, we have friends who work out that way, and we were able to get it for like a really good deal. I'm actually not allowed to tell you the amount, because that was some of the terms of it. They said, hey, we can give you this amazing deal. You may not tell people what you paid for this. It's like, I understand. I will take your good deal, please. And we had a blast with it. It's really sad that it's gone. Granted, that crap was overpriced as hell. Even the price we paid with the good deal was a little more than I think it was necessarily worth. But it was one of those ones that was on that fence where you'd be like, would I be upset paying this? I don't know I'd be upset. Would I be thrilled about it? No. But like the original price, which I think was like for two people for 2 nights, was like $5,000 or some nonsense. Like, nah, man. Nah. Unless money means literally nothing to you, that's too much money. Because you look at that kind of money, it's like, you know what I could do for that? I could take a week-long cruise to like, you know, I could take like a week-long, like, you know, Mediterranean cruise, or a week-long, you know, Bahama cruise or something like that. Can't we all drop the lightsabers? I mean, you can go banging out some lightsabers if that's what you want. But yeah, that was the thing that always got me with the offering. It's like, I don't care, you know, if the cost of operations justifies the price. which who knows if it does or doesn't. We'll never know the answer to that. The answer is when you have like your vacation options and you're looking at something and saying, I could like take 2 weeks and go to Europe and like spend 2 weeks in Europe having a nice time and save money, or wherever you choose to go in the world. You know, outside a couple places. Like I imagine there's certain places in the world that going for 2 weeks you could run up a pretty hefty tab. But the number of places you could go, like I could fly from here to literally as far from here as I can get, which is like New Zealand, Australia area. I could fly all the way out there and stay for 2 weeks and have a good time and do touristy stuff while I'm there and come back and still have money to spare versus the cost for 2 days on that thing on its regular price. It's not surprising it didn't make it, which again is sad because the experience was amazing. It just wasn't $5,000 amazing. I would be outright pissed off if I had spent that kind of money. And sadly, it's gone now. I wish they would have been able to bring the price down, or if not that, low key, I would like them to reopen the space as like, you know, a bunch of escape rooms or something. Like make it like a conference center or an escape room or something like that. Because even without all the other accoutrements, it's still a really cool place. Like it's extremely well themed, but they just shut the whole thing down and it's been just sitting there since. Like, you'd still drive by it, and they have, like, the one sign leading to it. It's just like, yep, that's where it was. A conference center and escape room at the same time? Well, that's, I mean, it doesn't matter if I spoil any of it to you. It doesn't exist anymore. That was kind of the thing that was so cool about it. Like, so, for those who are unfamiliar with it, it's a hotel. That the idea behind it is you go in, and the entire time, it is like you're in the Star Wars universe. And then you go to the theme park, and you come back, and if you choose to not go outside the Star Wars land while at the theme park, literally, it's just, like, you know, several days of just short of, you know, cosplaying, LARPing, that kind of thing, as, like, in the Star Wars universe. And they actually had, like, different story paths that you would go through. Like, you could be the Smuggler path, or the Jedi path, or the First Order path. I think there's one that's called, like, the Lover's path, or whatever. And you would have entirely different experiences that you couldn't physically do everything they had there in one go. So for me and Tomb, what ended up happening is she was trying to have us on the same path, and I made like one dialogue decision difference in how I responded to one of the people compared to her that didn't even seem that different. So she ended up on the Jedi path, and I ended up on the Resistance path. And then we both tagged along for, like, the Lover's path the entire time. Sounds like a fun... Oh, like, that's the thing. The experience was amazing. It's just, the price was unreasonable. What's the best order to watch the Star Wars movies? I would say watching them in the original order, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, then you start, you know, mixing in is probably the best way to go. Because, not because it's, like, the first 4 or the first 3 are the best. You know, there's nostalgia that makes me feel that way. It's the technology that goes into the movies. If you go 1, 2, 3, and then you jump to 4, there is like going off the cliff in technology. Can you play Farming Simulator with you? I am playing solo, so while, you know, I appreciate the offer, I am playing solo and I'm intending to play solo. But yeah, there's that technology dive that you go from, like, the extremely well choreographed fights where they're doing flips and all sorts of stuff to Obi-Wan Kenobi and Vader just kind of going like this is going as their entire fight, where they're just poking the end of each other's stick and then, you know, a little banter here and there. You know, really fond memories of the first 3 movies, but I can tell you from doing it, it's real jarring when you try to watch them in the order in the story, like, timeline. That jump from 3 to 4 is real rough. Now, on the other hand, the jump from 6 to 7, that is, you suddenly go from like the cinematic capabilities from, you know, what was cutting edge in its time, but compared to nowadays, like the practical effects are nice, but like there's a lot of stuff that's not amazing. But Jugo was considered like really, really good choreographed fighting for that time frame. To what they had going in 7, and there's like no comparison. You know, and once you get past 7, like there isn't an extreme variance in what you get quality between the movies so far as like technology and special effects and that kind of stuff. Especially when you consider in the time of 7, 8, 9, you have Rogue One, which is like top notch. Which weirdly you would go 1, 2, 3, Rogue One, 4, 5, 6. And again, Rogue One even being a huge technological leap from 1, 2, and 3, it makes it even worse. And I didn't get to do the 1, 2, 3 Rogue One because Rogue One didn't exist when I did them all in order. There's also the pacing concern. 2 and 3 try to do so much more in an hour than 4 does. Oh yeah. Rogue One. Oh yeah. No, to date when people are like, what's the best movie, Star Wars movie? Rogue One. If you answer something else, I'm gonna say you're objectively wrong. No, I'm teasing. I'll have people still argue A New Hope is that, and I'm like, okay, if we're including the weighting of nostalgia, there is a lot of weighting of nostalgia that goes with 4. A lot of weighting with nostalgia goes with 4 and 5 in that. The original trilogy, the mountains of nostalgia that go with that. But if we're talking from good effects, good choreographing, solid story, Rogue One just hits better. Let's see, Rogue One also had a tiny budget versus 7, yet hits better. Yeah, no, I feel like Rogue One, Star Wars was willing to take some risks, and I won't spoil the risks they took in case you haven't seen it, but they were willing to take some risks, and when you went to 7, they tried to keep it a lot safer. They tried to keep it with the formula. They tried to keep it, you know, this is exactly what people expect. And all that, and I know people argue it's like, no, it didn't have, like, Luke didn't do this or whatever. Like, I get it. It's not exactly what you expected, but as far as like it fits nicely in its little box of the type of storytelling you expect from Star Wars. It's not pushing any boundaries. It's not doing anything, you know, risky or out there. It's just staying right in its lane on Star Wars. Versus Rogue One, it was a lot grittier than we see. It didn't depict the Resistance as particularly great. Well, the Rebellion, not the Resistance. It did not, you know, it kind of gave you the hard truth of what a rebellion would actually be like. And all that kind of stuff. We don't need to elaborate on that to, again, avoid spoilers. So it was, it made you think about a lot more stuff, which it's stuff that, you know, when you objectively step out of the movies and all that, you're like, of course, you know, they're a rebellion and all that. And it wasn't one of these things that, like, actually the rebels are the bad. It's like nothing like that. And so you get the whole idea there. Is it definitely went from the clear-cut good bad to everything's a little murkier than that. You know, there's definitely one that's better than the other, but neither would you universally say are necessarily good. You want someone to remaster 4, 5, 6 and then make a mega cut of the entire live action timeline? I've gone back and forth on that. Part of me wants there to be, like, when I see a remaster, I mean, like, literally redo them 4, 5, 6, and part of me wants them to never touch them. And I really go back and forth in that. Because it is one of those things when you do watch them, you go 1, 2, 3, and then you hit 4, and you're just like, ooh, it hurts so much. And it's just one of those ones that, like, you could get it rehashed, But I mean, if we all remember when George Lucas went from the original cinematic one to the special edition, and literally changed the way certain characters' dynamics were. The big outlier being Han Solo. Then the first one, Han Solo was like this first cinematic one. He was a wild card. You didn't know he was a smuggler. He had done awful things. You see him kill someone in cold blood in the first like 30 minutes of the movie, and you're like, all right, this guy's helping you out, but he's not a good person. He's definitely pretty rough around the edges. And so, like, you know, when you see the second or the fifth movie the first time, and he's like, "Yo, deuces, I'm out," it would fit his character to actually go, "Deuces, I'm out." And that's the whole thing, that like you get to see kind of a redemption arc from him. But then in the special edition, where they change it, where he gets attacked first and then defends himself and all that, his entire character changes. That he's like, sure, he's a smuggler, but he's an upstanding person. He'll fight the big guy. He's just trying to do what he's got to do to survive, but like he's a good person at his heart. And it upset people a lot. That's why I want a remaster, not a remake. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably honestly better. I think it's better that they leave it alone, even though, like, it's funny because with games, I'm like, remaster, never. I only want new games. I don't want, like, I already played Final Fantasy VII. I don't need a new one. I understand with the Final Fantasy VII thing, they're doing a completely different thing based off the same characters. But like, you know what I want more than like Dark Souls with a texture pack? I want a new Souls game. I want a new Souls game. That's what I want. Why are you not going forward faster? We're holding the gas. There you go. But with Star Wars, just because it's an IP I've got attached for, I think really, if I'm being honest, I would rather they not remaster the old movies and all that. I would rather they leave them just the way they are, and just give me new movies. Like genuinely, instead of seeing Star Wars Episode 4 with, you know, a proper amount of spit polish, like redo the fight scenes to be better choreographed, and you know, up the tech and all that kind of stuff, and what, you know, that whole thing, like instead of doing all that, I would rather they just make a new movie. I'd like to see some more High Republic stuff. I'd like to, you know, give us a movie that's more just around like the Mandalorian culture and all that, like not following, you know, quote unquote the Mandalorian, but like take us to Mandalore before everything goes sideways, and just like take them to the first war with the Republic and that kind of stuff. You know, give those parts of the timeline more for them. You know, because at one point, Mandalore and the Jedi were like mortal enemies. Now, give me that part of the timeline. Let's see that. So yeah, like the newest Star Wars Battlefront, in your opinion, was worse than the classic Star Wars Battlefront. Well, yeah, I mean that's just a correct take. Like the newest one was like, hey, here's this game that's beloved. What if we cash grabbed it real hard and microtransactioned it so hard that literally the higher-ups at Disney pulled the higher-ups at EA into their office, and we don't know exactly what was said, but they backed off the microtransactions hard afterwards. So whatever was said in that room, you know, it was pretty scathing. It was very clearly a you fix this or else kind of thing. Alright, so let's get you ready. Honestly, they could do lower decks. I would go for that. If Star Wars did a lower deck Star Wars, where they just, for those who don't know what lower decks is, it's a Star Trek series where instead of focusing at like the people on the bridge and command and all that, it was like engineer number 5 in the lower decks who just keeping the ship running, and like the various like nobodies as far as like the big, like none of the high profile, let's not say nobodies, none of the high profile people on the ship, just a bunch of the random people who are just, you know, who keep the lights on, keep things running smoothly, but aren't like the big names you see on the ship. And it's just like, you know, the daily life of a person there and all like the shenanigans they get into and all that. All right. But yeah, no, I could honestly go for, and I've said this before, I actually enjoy when a lot of series like Marvel series and, you know, various sci-fis, when they take content that doesn't align with their normal stuff, like that doesn't align with their normal stuff, like, you know, just in the middle, they're like, Star Wars, but let's make a horror movie. You know, just make a one-off Star Wars horror movie. Star Wars, but this one will be a comedy. Marvel, but this will be a romance. Like, I like when they do those things where they kind of mash different, like, you know, a thing to a different formula. And it's not going to win for everyone. You're going to have, like, the Wolverine romance or whatever, and someone's going to be like, yeah, it's not what I want. You know, fair enough. That's fine. But it can be interesting to have that variety. Okay, so the chickens, their feed is full, so we're good there. Yeah, they did that in the Clone War anime series. It's not totally fun. Yeah, they did that towards the end of the animated series. And they had like 1 or 2 one-off episodes out to explore like this planet, how they live. But I could go for like, give me some like, you know, give me a Star Wars rom-com. Give me a Star Wars like, you know, probably not teen movie like we think of in the 90s and 2000. I don't think those movies land the same way they used to. But like, give me a Star Wars movie where it's, you know, a bunch of teenager Star Wars characters, you know, they're out of their whatever, trying to, you know, make their way in the life and just dealing with dumb shenanigans that they do. Give me a Star Wars horror movie. Give me, you know, you'd like to see the Old Republic Schism trilogy? Yeah. Like, give me a whole mess of different things. And give me different parts of the timeline, which are doing. Like, we're getting High Republic now. You play this game in the Xbox, and for you, No Man's Land doesn't have any of the crops you plant and grow on the map. So you don't know if it's just me or that. Sadly, I don't know, because I don't play on console, so I don't really know the situation. There's so much they could do with a horror movie, too. Oh, yeah. I mean, and there's so many different things they could use for it. Like, they could do if they wanted to stick to just the stuff they've already introduced, the Night Sisters could absolutely make for a solid horror movie kind of thing. Have, like, you know, some random ship crashes on some hidden Night Sisters planet, and the Night Sisters trying to, you know, keep the secret of them being there safe from what they see as invaders, and thus those people trying to not get killed by a bunch of angry, Force-sensitive witches. Yeah, give us some, like, you know, Star Wars, like the Underworld thing. You know, give us not Breaking Bad, but you get like those kind of thing. Like, you have the movie that follows like some criminal underpower, like the Star Wars equivalent of Scarface, where you've got like that underlord crime boss series, because they certainly explored crime bosses as like the bad guys, which they are, but like make it the main character. With the Force Ghost, you can only really have one really cool horror movie. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities. There's lots of creepy things in Star Wars. Would that be the Hutts? Right, but I'm saying there's more than just the Hutts. But I'm saying in this particular case, like, make it so you're following the Hutts themselves. They're like them doing their criminal empire and backstabbing and doing all that stuff. So like, it's about the Hutts as the main thing, not the heroes stopping the Hutts, but the Hutts running their empire, because they're talking about cross-genre stuff. I was gonna say they should do a heist movie. I'm like, oh yeah, Solo exists. Yep. Yeah, no, I could, I would love to see them bring Revan back. Revan was the main character of the Knights of the Old Republic games, the RPGs, not the MMORPG, but the regular RPG. And it won't spoil the. It's one of those games that like you hit the ending, and if you've not spoiled yourself, you're like, what the. You know, and the game gives you lots of hints so you can figure it out. But it's still, when they kind of put it all together, you're like, no. Yeah, that's the thing. You got the Hutts, the Black Sun, the Crimson Dawn, Pike Syndicate. And it's very easy that they could do one of these things that, you know, someone turns on one of those groups, like, you know, kind of what they started trying to do in Solo, where Han tried to, like, break off and do his own thing for a little bit there, to, you know, kind of usurp and all that. But, like, actually have a group do that. Or, you know, just some, like, little group moving in to start, you know, establishing their name. Because they could choose anywhere in the timeline they want. Where are you going? Stop it. I can't go back farther. I'm already jackknifed. You finished your work? I don't... What are you doing right now? Yeah, there's just so much material to pull from, and that's assuming they just make something new. And I'm okay if they just make a new thing. There's like, hey, you know, it's like one of these things. Like, okay, so there's this new criminal syndicate that, you know, gets built up on this planet. I was gonna say, you know, some criminal syndicate that builds up on Naboo, but I'm like, nah, we've seen enough Naboo. Choose a different planet. All right. Let's see. Craig says he's full enough that he was pre-programmed to move to the side of the room. Yeah, and that's what I figured is he was pulling aside to empty out, but because I was already emptying him out when he got over there, he wasn't then. There's this whole thing like flying around. I was like, "What are you doing, man? I'm right here." You know, game coding wise, I get it, but it was just definitely one of those things like, man, come on. Alright. Careful, they'll choose Tatooine again. Yeah. Like, Coruscant only feels like a good one just because there's so much variety to, like, we haven't seen much of the under area of Coruscant. We've just seen, like, little glimpses. You doing okay there, buddy? Well, there's a guy inside the side that doesn't have a name, but he has khaki and blue button-up shirt and sunglasses. And a Fed stash. Look, man. You're not supposed to notice or talk about him. You didn't see him. They just can't have writers with no knowledge of the universe mess it all up. Like they did with the Halo series. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the beauty with Star Wars, though, is there's so many people who are passionate about Star Wars. I think that's one of the things that works so well with the stuff that Dave Filoni has worked on. And for those who don't know who Dave Filoni is, he's the one who's responsible for stuff like managing Clone Wars and a bunch of the other animated series. And they put him in charge of a lot of the stuff now. So, like, I'm pretty sure Mandalorian fell on... Yeah, Mandalorian was under Dave Filoni and all that. And And it's just one of those things that they found someone who is just like super into Star Wars, who also happens to be, you know, talented and everything in the capacity of like directing or whatever, or producing, not directing, sorry, producing and all that. And like for that, a lot of the people they brought in with Clone Wars were also really big fans of Star Wars. And don't get me wrong, some of them, like, it was one of those things that they knew the movies and a bunch of that really well and had, you know, done a little bit of expanded universe. But I don't think any of them had tried, like, read or whatever, everything. It's really honestly hard to. There's so much. Dave Filoni, you think, for the Star Wars series, not movies, as what his name is for the MCU? Yeah, so Dave Filoni, I don't believe has worked on any of the Star Wars movies at all. I think they had him consult on one of them because, like, they were bringing in a few of the characters. I think it may have been Rogue One, because they had a couple of characters that they made had cameos in it. And so they kind of consulted him for it, but I don't think he was directly involved in a larger capacity and all that. It's so weird that the best of the newer Star Wars stuff is not 7, 8, 9. I disagree. I think no matter literally what the what Lucas did as a company, like I'm saying LucasArts and this thing Lucasfilms, I don't think no matter what they did, I cannot see a way 7, 8, 9 was going to make most people happy. Because no matter which direction they took it, there was going to be a large number of people who wanted it to be something else. And I also don't feel like they were going to hit that same experience as people who first saw 4, 5, and 6. Like, I would say 1, 2, and 3 didn't hit that either. And so it's kind of one of those things that there was just too giant of this monolith that they were following behind that they were never going to meet the expectations. Not from a lack of trying, it's that the expectations were outside the realm of realism. Now, I'm not saying that they didn't make flaws in the movie. 8 very specifically was a real mixed bag of a movie. But where there was a lot of people who just were absolutely pissed off with 7 and all in that, I honestly feel like they did pretty well. Like, and it's fine if you didn't like it, or whatever, or that you wished it was something different, that's all fine. But that's just kind of the reality, is I don't think there was a way they could take the existing storyline and not upset people. Versus the moment you deviated off of that, because if you look at even movies like Rogue One, while it does fit, you can like slot it into the timeline. And none of the main characters are any of the main characters in the Star Wars series before that. Like they're their own unique characters for that movie. Like, yeah, you've got lots of cameos of various important characters we've seen before, but it really was about, you know, an entirely different group. Yeah, and you also have 7, 8, 9, as Kravik's saying, you also have 7, 8, 9, and 1, 2, and 3 were created for a different audience than the original movies. Which is something that is a common choice. Like, you look at 1, 2, and 3, and it wasn't necessarily trying to target the existing audience. They were trying to do a mix of stuff. And so people get upset about that, because you also have to understand that as an audience, the audience was aging. That a lot of people who are fans of 4, 5, and 6 weren't around when 1, 2, and 3 came out from old age. I mean, crap, how long was it before... It was, what, 20-something years between Episode 4 and Episode 1? You believed if the new trilogy wasn't made, it wouldn't have polarized the fan base? Oh, no. No, I disagree with that, Darth. You remember when 1, 2, and 3 came out? That polarized the thing. That's kind of the thing. Anytime they made anything on the main story, it polarized people. Like, that's the whole thing. Anytime you make stuff using existing characters and all that, that has had time to bake around a while and has been beloved, you're always going to have a hard split in the audience. Yeah, you respect that. For reference, you thought 7 was promising. Wasn't a fan of the Death Star V3 though. 8 was meh. Literally couldn't finish 9. 9 disappointed me, but I feel like 9's problem was it was trying to fix 8. And then 8 definitely, as well as ones that the director wanted to do something you didn't expect, and then Disney got scared, and we didn't get either. I don't think just trying to do something you didn't expect for the sake of doing something you didn't expect, I don't think that was a good idea. But the fact that they already let it go that far and then kind of wish-washed on it, I feel was honestly worse than if they just would have let it be. Because at least it would have been cohesive, even if it wasn't what people wanted. But instead we got something that wasn't what people wanted, and you kind of scratch your head and going, exactly where is this movie going? What's going on? Why are they doing that? This doesn't make sense. Which is a big reason why it felt so disjointed in 8. Is because they had, like, there was a plan, and it kept getting reined in because Disney got really, really scared of what Rian Johnson was doing, and they're like, no, you can't let Luke do that. We can't have that. Yeah, so it was kind of a too many cooks in the kitchen thing. Like, again, I don't think Rian Johnson's approach was the right idea to begin with, but I can at least respect he had something he was trying to do. But again, Disney was like, no, Star Wars is the cash cow. You can't hurt it, please. Personally, you're hoping for the return of the Yuzhong Vong? Yeah. Yeah, I do miss me some Yuzhong Vong from Legends. To fill in that, what Strider's talking about is Legends, the thing that was formerly canon but is not canon since Episode 7 was made, was one of like the biggest things that the series ran into. It was an invasion by an alien race whose ships were like living organisms and all that. And there's, you know, there was a whole big thing that like, man, that the Yuzhong Vong series, didn't that like stretch like 12 books? There's like 9 books that are officially its series or something like that, and then there's like 3 or 4 books here and there that kind of put together. Ryan's idea of Star Wars is two-dimensional, slow speed, chase in space. Yeah. Well, I feel like the things they made him pull back on, it was just one of those things that then they had to like shove filler in there, which just made it that much worse. Like I said, I don't think Ryan's idea was good, but I can at least respect that he was like he had an idea. It's just what we got was a mess. This is something that the MCU has done really well. The individual directors can control over the story of the movie they do, but they're told this is where the story is at the start and this is where the story must be at the end of the movie. What they do between is up to you, but it must fit within those confines, which helps to keep the continuous story and a handful of issues over the past 20 years. Right. And they also do have consultants that pop in that their entire job is they're responsible for the MCU larger universe. And so if you're like, you know, if they turn around, they're like, oh yeah, so we totally want, you know, like, we totally want Iron Man to just, you know, punch Hulk in the nuts and then spit in Spider-Man's eye. You know, these people be like, that doesn't fit the character at all. Yeah, you're not gonna do that. Like, not unless there's some real creative setup into why that would make sense within the story. But they do have consultants that pop in there and go, okay, no. Veto. But yeah, no, it is a thing. Versus what happened with and it blows my mind that with the Star Wars stuff, that the person in charge of the Star Wars stuff just kind of handed off, like, here you go. And they checked in with him and all that. But it was kind of one of those ones that they didn't... She was fairly hands-off, even when concern started coming up. That she was like, no, he's a good director, he's produced some really good movies, like, let him work. And you can kind of respect that, but at the same time, when you're dealing with such a big IP and all that, you're like, no, this is... People have very strong feelings about this, and this is too important for your company. Maybe not take a very hands-off approach to this one. You know, maybe you don't need to, like, micromanage it, but you at least got to keep an eye on what's happening. Killer Fun, the only thing that you really could not accept with the hyperspace jump attack, the worst thing is Killer Fun. Within what is still canon, they had a bunch of reasons they couldn't do that. There's all sorts of excuses as to why that doesn't work in the Star Wars universe, because that was always one that people would bring up, like, you could just hyperspace jump and crash into stuff and kill it. And they had come up with some reason in the Star Wars universe. I can't remember exactly what it was. It wasn't that it was just a safety, but there was like some pseudoscience reason you couldn't just hyperspace into someone else, that it just didn't work. And then just kind of hand wave that whole thing in 8, and then like a bunch of the books tried to come up why that was the case, but normally doesn't work. That like something special was done, or I don't know. They like try to be like, oh well, they had a whole bunch of interdictor star destroyers there to prevent hyperjump, but they were turned off at the time so that they could chase them. And you're like, but why would you do that? You literally could just follow them. You're already winning. You've got it settled. You just follow them till they run out of fuel. You know, the day is already won. You're just waiting. It makes no sense. Again, everything in Star Wars only starts to make sense being completely everything else we know about physics. Don't get you started about how all the light fighters fly in flight in space. Oh yeah. Well, that's you look at the way the fighters fly in, like, especially episode 4, they fly like World War II fighter planes do in atmosphere. And that's because literally the formations they turn, the people who made them, the movie, they watched World War II footage of the planes flying around and, you know, basically made the X-Wings pantomime that. Like, they had, like, if you ever get to see the rig they set up those movies with the ships, where they have, like, all, like, the metal rods going in there that then they would, you know, edit out manually later. Bombs in space definitely just drop. You're still hoping for Kyle Katarn to exist again, but maybe you just played too much Jedi Knight. I believe Kyle Katarn existing is canon. I believe that's only far as it goes. There was it the Mandalorian, I think? They had, it was the room with all, like, the names of Jedis and all that they had helped or whatever. And you did see a lot of names appear on there that, you know, or it wasn't Jedi, it was Force Sensitives. They had, like, the list of Force Sensitives, and they kind of let you kind of have, like, a glimpse of it, and a couple names get mentioned or whatever. And I believe Kyle Katarn's name is in the background on that list, if I remember correctly. And basically, it's a bunch of, like, you know, nod to the fans for, like, so many characters that exist that don't, that they added on to that. You know, the mass shadow inhibitor built into the hyperdrive to prevent the ship from crashing into planets and black holes and stuff. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They've had a couple different reasons that conflict story-wise, because that's one problem that Star Wars has always had, is canon conflicting with canon, then having to, like, sort itself out. And that's with, like, an entire team that, you know, goes through and tries to spot check the canon. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, Revan as a character existing is canon again, but only existing, not what the character did, what they mean, what they symbolize, any of that. That's not canon, but the existence of Revan is canon. Yeah, to be fair. Oh yeah, no, it's a thing. Because, like, if you go back to Legends, and, like, especially keeping the canon back then, there was, like, what, they have, like, 138 books or something, and then, you know, how many hundred comic books? And then you had the movies and all that kind of nonsense. There's a lot of stuff there. There's no surprise. And then we had, what, like, how many games? And all of that stuff was considered canon unless it directly conflicted. For the record, once upon a time, what was it? It was a dance game. Oh man, it was with the Kinect. Was it just Star Wars Kinect? Was that literally the name of it? That Kinect game was technically canon. So at the time that came out, technically, on Bespin, Darth Vader paraded out Boba Fett and Han Solo and had a dance-off in the carbonite freezing chamber. You didn't see it in the movie, but for a brief period of time, that was technically canon. You may not like it, but it was once upon a time, for only a couple of months, canon. Let's see, the series Mandalore in particular is really good for little Easter eggs that brought lots of stuff from the games and books into lore, especially Lucas, as Lucas himself, was adamant that only the stuff that was lore was stuff officially not officially licensed by LucasArts, which did include KOTOR. It did not include any of the extended universe stuff created in the books past Return of the Jedi. Disney also has been slowly selecting parts of the extended universe lore. Yeah, and that's, for the record, where that stuff's coming back, that's Dave Filoni. That is almost exclusively Dave Filoni. Like, almost all of his stuff has been bringing stuff back, because he was Mandalorian in a bunch of the live-action series they've done on Disney+, as well as the Clone Wars cartoon and Rebels and all of that, which is the stuff that's been bringing it back. That's part of the reason why Dave Filoni is so beloved, is there's all these wonderful stories that just vanished, and he's been slowly, as best he can, and puzzle piecing them in, bringing them back one by one. Or if he can't bring them back, at least give them a nod. So it kind of makes him fit in as like, no, this is really a person who's working on Star Wars that actually loves Star Wars. He's an interesting person if you ever get to catch him at an event or whatever. Like, I haven't gotten to sit down and like have a conversation with the guy or anything, but like if you get to see him have like a a conference talk or like an event, like I got to see him at Star Wars weekends back when that used to be a thing. I got to see him, the voice actor for Ahsoka Tano, the voice actor for Obi-Wan Kenobi from that stuff. The voice actor for Obi-Wan Kenobi, James Arnold Taylor, that is a wholesome dude. Why would you say that, Darth? Let's see, you're a little disappointed with the solo setup storyline that appears we're not going to get a good ending because the movie didn't do well as expected. Yeah, and the worst thing is, I feel like Solo wasn't even a bad movie or anything like that. My belief is that Solo paid for the sins of Episode 8. That Episode 8 really pissed off enough people that they practically rebelled and just did not want to see, like, they wanted to kind of be like, hey, we're upset, here is us exercising us being upset, and we're not going to watch your next movie kind of thing, which is 100% fair. It just sucks because Solo, well, don't get me wrong, Solo is hardly my favorite Star Wars movie. It's not bad. It's a heist movie. But people were really upset about Episode 8, and justly so. And my belief is that Solo paid for it. Like don't get me wrong, if we're comparing the whole list of Star Wars movies, Solo doesn't make like the top 3, but it's not in the bottom of the pile either. Solo just wasn't what vocal fans expected, and thus it got talked down, which in turn hurts box office. I mean, that probably does exist as a concern, but I feel like the bigger concern was it followed right after 8. And people were really upset by 8. Like, people were really, really upset about 8. And again, justifiably so. While we could certainly argue where Solo fits in good and bad, I haven't seen many people who put up a very hard defense of 8. I've heard some people, like I did, explain why 8 was the way it was, and that, you know, you put Solo middle, you know, solidly in the middle of the pack, and that would be fair. I think honestly, middle of the pack is about where Solo belongs. You still think Rogue One is the best modern Star Wars movie? I would go and say, to me, Rogue One is the best Star Wars movie. There is no quantifying this sentence farther. Like genuinely speaking, again, we're not counting nostalgia here, but objectively as a movie, that Rogue One has some of the best directing, some of the best special effects, some of the best pacing. It actually has decent acting. I know. It's a Star Wars movie. You would have never expected to see that. Decent acting in a Star Wars movie? Is it even Star Wars anymore? I love Star Wars, but you look back at the original trilogy and the acting, it's like, didn't get carried by the acting. That's for sure. The acting was like, if we're talking about the video games where you make like your games, you'd get your sliders of like how much is the story, how much is like the special effects. They went acting, and it's like no budget. split everything. Just no budget for acting. Put like acting bar, put it on its minimum. You know, special effects, turn that bad boy way up. Story, give that some mileage. Acting, nah man. We only got so much money to work with here. Yeah, so you're saying, Traffic saying, yeah, there's issues with Rogue One still, such as the bit of intimate relationship between the two leads really felt forced, but you're really getting picky at that point. I actually feel differently about that. Like, considering how flawed of people that both the main characters were, you could see a way that could lead to a camaraderie where feelings could develop and all that. I'm not saying it would be healthy, quite the opposite, but I could see where you'd get there. It is one of those relationships you see happening, you're like, this is not a good... The foundation, not strong. It's not that this couldn't work, but the foundation of this relationship, it's made of sawdust. It is not a good place to be. Oh yeah, at the end of Andor, we won't spoil what happens with Vader for those, or not Andor, sorry, Rogue One. For those who haven't seen that, they do Vader right. That's for like a lot of the people who were really salty about the Obi-Wan series. One thing I really liked about the Obi-Wan series is I feel they did a really good job with Vader being like absolutely terrifying in the Obi-Wan series. I won't spoil what leads up, but just the scene where he yells like, "You've been warned!" And you're just like, someone's about to die. It may be too strong a word to be honest, but you think you get... yeah, that's the thing. I could definitely see people being like, it's not my scene. And that's totally fair. But it's those things like, yeah, no, I could see that start. It's not a good one. I can start. You also felt really bad when you saw, even though I know what he did in the universe. I also felt really bad for Saw even... Do you mean, Andor? Sorry, I'm a little confused by the sentence, Darth. That's honestly, like, if you look at a lot of the stuff coming out now that has Vader in it, they do a really good job of, like, actually making him scary. Oh, Saw Gerrera? Oh, yeah. No, Saw Gerrera, like, that's part of, like, what makes Rogue One. And to the fair, they have Saw Gerrera in the cartoons, and he does some pretty not great things there, too. And it's, I like the character Saw Gerrera. He's not a good person. But it's one of those things that, like, you know, the dude's got some trauma. Dude's got a whole basket of trauma. And he is putting it to not so productive, or so he's putting it to very productive but not necessarily good use, if that makes sense. He's being productive but maybe not in a way that is even okay. Again, you think Obi-Wan suffers when people expected one thing and we got another? I agree with that. Especially when we're initially meant to be getting an Obi-Wan movie. But you're glad they dropped the idea of the movie and did a series instead? Yeah. No, I like what it was. I know people wanted something else, which again is totally fair. Especially since it was supposed to be a movie. And for the record, the reason they went with the series is they were like, we're gonna make a movie, and it just kept growing and growing and growing, and they're like, okay, hang on, we can't make a 4-hour movie. That's not gonna work. So either we're gonna not get to tell this story, or we're gonna need to do something different. So they made it a series. But yeah. Unhealthy productivity? Yeah, it's like, he was productive, but maybe the thing he was working on wasn't good in its own light. Alright. Oh, that suddenly makes me realize I'm sitting here doing nothing. I need to be cultivating these fields. There's also anything from an IP that you really like. Going to new content, trying to have no expectations. Yeah. Well, especially when you're trying to do different parts of the timeline, because we don't have, like, we genuinely don't have much in the way of content from the extended universe or anything from between the time that the original trilogy, or sorry, the trilogy 1, 2, and 3 ended and episode 4 started. Man, I honestly would discourage people from, like, it's a catch-22. On one hand, especially you're gonna have to spend money on something and all that, it is good to look up something first before you go and spend money on it, wait till the reviews come out, that kind of thing. On the other hand, right now, especially nowadays, you'll have stuff that has, like, the most minor of things. And people be like, 1 star, don't go see it, it's garbage, it's terrible, they split Obi-Wan's hair, the part was slightly to the left of where it's supposed to be, unwatchable, terrible dribble, how could you get such an important detail wrong? And you're just like, really? Come on, man. It's also good to just, like, go into movies with, like, you have to realize, especially if it's something you're passionate about, it's very easy to set up expectations that are impossible to meet, let alone realistic to meet. And it is one thing about taking the moment to step back. Like, right now, we got Planet Coaster 2 has been announced, they're adding water park stuff, and I'm super hyped and excited for it. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, but this is a new game. My expectation for it is I want it to be amazing, and I hope it's amazing. My expectation is it will be similar in quality as Planet Coaster 1. And that it will feature water park stuff. I don't expect it to fix all the shortcomings that came with Planet Coaster 1. I don't expect it to fix a bunch of the balance issues of Planet Coaster 1. Literally, quality-wise, I expect it to be a straight to the side. I almost treating it like it's a DLC. That it's like a DLC with the water park stuff, that it's just a sizable DLC that they've decided warrants a new game. It's an updated version of the engine and everything else, so it very well could be a tremendous technological improvement, but I'm going into it with not expecting that. Like, for the record, if you don't let a bunch of reviews get under your skin and all that, and you set your expectations. So my father really wanted to watch the movie Wish, which I've told people about this before. My father really wanted to watch the movie Wish, and my father's unwell. So for him to want to go out and do something, you know, it's like, yeah, let's do it. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, ah, really, Wish? It's like, nah, you want to do that? Let's go. Like, let's go do it. You know, there's not a whole lot of time left there. We're gonna do this. And I hope it ends up being longer than we expect or whatever. But let's not dig into that. That's big sad. But he wanted to watch Wish. And for those who don't know what Wish is, it was a Disney movie that came out, what was it, last fall? Spring? It's not that far back. It's not a year old yet. At least I don't think it is. And it was a solid, okay movie. Like, if we're objectively talking about good storytelling and all that, it was a solid C effort. It was a lot of fun, though. Is it a movie I would say you gotta go see? No. It is a very, very, very forgettable movie that you can have some fun with, but it's not amazing. It's not really even good, but you can still have fun with it if you don't go in with high expectations. I did enjoy it, I did have fun with it. One thing I will give it credit, and this runs counter to a lot of the reviews of it, I actually really liked the villain in it, because most, especially like Disney and cartoons and those kind of things, most of the time, like, you know, the good person, or like the villain, you look at them and they're just like, ah, I'm evil. What else am I? Evil. What's your existence? Evil. When you're born, what do? Evil. Like, they don't, the character is like single-faceted bad. Like, they may have an excuse that you can empathize with, but they're still just bad. They're the villain to be the villain. And the story in Wish, and I won't spoil it, they do a pretty good job of making it so the villain, you know, he was once upon a time, like, the hero of these people and did all these amazing things, and it was just this, like, slowly as he was, you know, in power, turned from doing it for the right reasons to being not so good of a person and for the wrong reasons, until he went clear over to he's doing pretty awful things for what he believes is a good reason. And I won't elaborate on all that. And so you meet him when he's doing the awful things. But you can kind of see that path of how, like, even as an altruistic and good person, being based on some flawed logic, if you ran with that flawed logic, you do kind of become the thing you stopped or whatever. And it's not quite that transparent. And it ended up being like, I like the villain of that one. I feel there's story loopholes in that movie you could drive a bus through, and the general premise of the movie doesn't even really make that much sense. But it's got some fun songs. And I like the main villain. The rest of the thing is almost entirely forgettable. And the villain wasn't good enough to, like, save the movie or whatever. But it was just kind of fun having a villain that you're like, oh, like, you know, this was a good person. Like, this was genuinely a good person that just, you know, they were in a situation with some flawed logic that slowly turned into a not good person. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Villains are never born, they're made. Exactly. That's one of the things that a lot of people aren't good at realizing. You know, obviously with media it's different, because you can just make a character who their purpose is to be the bad person, and that's their only purpose of existing. But, like, no one wakes up and they're gonna go, I'm gonna do some evil today. I just really want to do awful. Everyone from their own perspective is doing, you know, generally what they think. When I say right, I don't mean right like good. I mean right like justified. That when you have people who steal stuff, a lot of the times that they've lived a life of being crapped on, and they feel justified in getting their, you know, their payback or whatever. That, you know, people have, you know, effectively mistreated them their whole lives, and are like, you know what? You can't steal from someone who hurts you, because, like, you've justified that action with yourself. I'm not saying that it's actually right, but you justify it with yourself. You say, hey, this behavior I'm about to do is warranted because of what this other person has done for me. they violated the golden rule and they should expect, you know, the same in kind. And again, I don't agree with that logic, but that's how they get there. And usually it's very deeply flawed logic. But I appreciate a good story that you have those characters. You know, and it's fine to have the characters who, like, who is this person? Their name's Mr. Evil. What do they do? Bad. How do they do it? Evilly. When did this start? Birth. I'm fine with that. It's just those characters are usually not as interesting. Like, that's part of why I feel Handsome Jack in Borderlands is a fun character. You do see that once upon a time, Handsome Jack was probably genuinely good. Might be too strong a word for him, but like in the pre-sequels, he's ready to sacrifice himself and be the hero. You know, and it doesn't go that way, but he is prepared to do it. Like he is moving in that direction. You know, and he has these feelings of grandeur that he is the hero and that, you know, you're the bad guys and all that kind of stuff. And in a certain lens, that is honestly accurate. If you look at your main characters in Borderlands 1, you're not the good guys. Like, you genuinely are bandits who are murdering people and doing all sorts of awful things. It's just, he's also not the good guy. He's doing completely unacceptable and reprehensible things against people he sees as the bad guys. And he has these feelings of, like, you know, heroism and grandeur and all that kind of stuff. But it's all wrong. He's justifying, you know, it's just mass murder because you're not good people. Yeah, no, it's... You definitely get to the morally gray, but it's one of those things where they start out... I mean, like, with Handsome Jack, it's one of those things, like, he's trying to do the right thing, but for the wrong reasons. Like, he's kind of caring more about, like, his own popularity and that kind of thing. Like, being noticed, you know, being able to, like, kind of, you know, hold up his trophy and be like, look at me, I'm amazing. You know, so doing good for self-serving reasons, even if he is willing to, like, self-sacrifice, he definitely gets worse. Like, it's definitely pre-sequel. He's not so bad. I'm sorry, not pre-sequel. Well, no, was it pre-sequel? I can't remember which one it was. There's one that kind of digs into the stuff that Handsome Jack was trying to do that, again, he was prepared to die and everything, and just, you know. Yeah, no, it was pre-sequel. I'm pretty sure it was pre-sequel. It doesn't matter. But yeah, so it's one of those things where, again, he was good for the wrong reasons, and then quickly became just not good at all, like straight up awful. And I like this character. I also like flawed heroes. Like, where even if the character is a flaw, you know, a hero, that, you know, maybe they're doing the right thing for the wrong reasons, or, you know, most of the time they do the right things, but they're not, like, perhaps their approach is pretty not good and all that, or, you know, they mostly do the right thing, but there's definitely times they fall short. I very much enjoy that storytelling. It's much more interesting than, you know, the simple good versus evil. That said, there's definitely a place. There's definitely times you're in the mood where you're like, you know what I want to deal with? A nice, easy-to-follow story that I don't have to think about. There's certainly those days where you're like, you know what? I'm just ready for a story where a bad person does some bad things, and the villain or the hero beats the crap out of them. It's not the way I want the world to actually work, but there are those days where you just, you know, you've had kind of a crappy day and you just want to see the bad person get their upcomings. Alright. Let's see, I've heard multiple sources that a lot of writers are struggling to create well-written villains. Now, as an audience wants to see the villains that aren't one-dimensional anymore, take Killmonger in Black Panther. The MCU did a mixed job on how it wrote the as villain. It felt like he was well-written, but the issue was they also felt they had to just do obvious evil things, like unnecessarily murder just to make it clear he's the villain, because his villainous goals were actually goals a lot of the audience would actually agree with. Yeah, no, I mean, there is that problem. That there's definitely stuff that you look at and you're like, okay, but this is bad. You know that, right? I mean, that's the whole thing with flawed logic. There are absolutely people exist in the world who their beliefs are very flawed and concerning, that, you know, they fall into the area of like the ends justify the means kind of stuff, you know, the stuff that has caused all sorts of awful things to happen. And so you write a villain and people are like, yeah, root for him. Because I mean, we've had movies that have come out where they were depicting a villain and that people are like, I don't understand why he's the villain. Like, he was just doing the right thing. It's like, no, the whole point is he has what's arguably a good motive, but the means is really not okay. I mean, heck, look how many people idolize Scarface. Like, and that wasn't even a gray person. He was a bad person. Let's see, Megamind is your favorite villain because he's the only villain. He is only the villain because he was taught that his role was to be the villain. As soon as he got the chance to not play that role, he takes it. Yeah. Let's see, that's the whole point of sequels to Dune. People didn't get that Paul was bad. Doing the wrong things for the right reason don't make things right. Right. But I mean, there's certainly a little bit to say there. Like, if you go in with the best of intentions and it doesn't work out because you're based on flawed logic, it doesn't mean you're necessarily a bad person. It means you just, you know, either didn't think it through, or again, flawed logic, all that. It doesn't necessarily justify or excuse your actions. Like, if it's one of those things that you look at from the outside and you're like, okay, everyone should have realized that was bad. You know, there's that. Which we get that, and that's honestly a part of a lot of things when it comes to authority and accountability and whatnot. Is people think that they're doing the, you know, people trying to do the right thing and they're just doing it based on deeply flawed logic. You know, you need the societal course correct that says, hey, you may have thought you were right, but what you're doing really hurt people. So there, like, again, there needs to be an accountability. And, you know, obviously, depending on what it is, it might just be you're taken out of that position of authority and nothing more. Sometimes it ends up needing to be more. But that really depends on circumstance we don't need to get into. Gru from a Despicable Me comes to mind in a similar case, says Kravik. Although, unlike Megamind, Gru was being a villain by choice. Yeah. But, I mean, if I remember correctly, a lot of the stuff that Gru was doing as a villain was, like, really tame. Like, yeah, he was a villain, but, like, as well as things, he went to the other villains, and it wasn't that... Squeamish isn't the word I'm looking for. You get where that's going. It's not that he was squeamish, but he's like, oh no, I don't want to go that far. But yeah, no, I think we've reached the point that, you know, we recognize more and more that people are multifaceted. You know, real people, like, they don't have just one thing that describes who they are and all that. Maybe villain by night. Yeah, it's exactly. It's Ralph. It's Ralph from Wreck-It Ralph. Just because you are a bad guy does not make you bad guy. Which was actually the guy from Street Fighter saying that. But to Wreck-It Ralph. I really enjoy that scene. You know, you play the part of a bad guy. Alright, it's another 44,000 liters of sorghum. Give me an achievement. But yeah, no, I can appreciate the difficulty of it. But I also feel it's, you know, it's worth having those characters that, you know, they have what is deeply flawed logic that they run on, that, you know, they are the villain in the sense the end justifies the means, or whatever their issue is. I think it's good to have those characters that, you know, people look at, and, you know, they are an example of that thinking, of, you know, that flawed logic that some people use, and that you look at what they do. Hey, there's the achievement. I was getting scared because I've only got like 20,000 liters left. Don't make me do it. So we got the sorghum done. The sorghum is off the list. Achievement unlocked. Where the heck is that? So on my list of achievements, and sorghum done. So that means for the crops, we've got cotton, we've got olives, and we've got grapes. And I understand the olives and grapes are a real big pain in the butt. A good antagonist is also relatable, but you know it's terrible news. Yeah. Well, that's, oh man. I was trying to explain, like, because, you know, I was pointing out that, as, like, you know, Handsome Jack was considered one of the greatest villains in video game history. And people are like, I don't get it, why? And it's like, because Handsome Jack is an antagonist. They're not a villain. I mean, they are a villain, but they're not just a villain. They're an antagonist. You have a lot of bad character, a lot of the bad people in games, they're just a villain. You know, you don't get to the game, and you don't get to the end and being like, I'm doing this not because it's the right thing to do, because screw you to the bad guy. When you have that villain, you get to the end of the game, and you're like, no, this isn't about the fact that the planet's in danger. I just am angry at this person, and I just want to get their upcomings. I am tired of them. I want them out of here. Let me at them. That's signs of a good antagonist, where it's personal at this point. Sephiroth is a good antagonist. Even if he has, like, next to no lines of dialogue by comparison to Handsome Jack, who he's a good antagonist because he doesn't leave you alone, and he's always on the radio just harassing you endlessly. But yeah, no, I do think it is good when you can relate to the villain. Like, if you can look at the villain and go, I understand how they got there, it makes the villain a lot more impactful. Versus when you look at a villain and they're just bad because bad, it's not a relatable character. You don't see how they got there. It doesn't really... Oh, come on, just do it anyways. You can see that Handsome Jack 100%. Oh, yeah. Well, that's literally the first line of Handsome Jack in Borderlands 2, is he's making fun of failing to kill you, and then he's like, God, these pretzels suck. So he's, like, eating into the microphone while harassing you, and you're just like, man, screw this guy. You don't relate to Sauron? I'll admit, with, like, the Lords of the Ring stuff, I enjoyed the movies. I never got super big into Lords of the Ring. Not anything wrong with it. It wasn't like, oh, Lords of the Ring, whatever. It just wasn't an IP that I got into as much. Oh my god, please. I took that corner ever so slightly too much, and I'm being stubborn about it. And I know I'm being stubborn about it. There we go. We did the cheeky thing of detach and reattach to break physics. But yes, I don't know the characters enough one way or the other to really go with that. To be honest, I never quite got into like proper fantasy as much as like sci-fi in that. Like, there's definitely a lot a lot of like proper fantasy I enjoyed. Hands Up Jack sounds like a fun boss fight. Oh yeah, like when you fight Handsome Jack at the end of Borderlands 2, it very much is like, I don't even care what this is about anymore. I just really want to punch this guy in the face. Like, I'm fighting you not because it's the correct thing to do and all these other things. I'm fighting you because middle finger don't like you. Alright, so we need to plant the canola today. So this actually works out, because it's like, man... Well, actually, we did already plant the canola today, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did already plant it. Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, rather than cultivating this field right this second, because I don't need to cultivate it right this second. That's sorghum. We don't plant the sorghum till April, if we want to plant sorghum. If we go with the cotton, we do that in February. Either way, February is the earliest we got to worry about that field. So tomorrow we plant the wheat fields. So what we can do then is we have harvested all the sorghum. We can advance the day. And then from here, what we can do is turn around and, words are hard. We can get the fields cultivating with one of the tractors. The other tractor can work on seeding, and that'll be good. When it comes to Tolkien, if all you know is the Lords of the Ring, then you're 100% you're good or you're evil. In the Sumerian, gives the origin story and everything, the gods, the entire world, and where the gray area for the likes of Sauron comes in. Yeah, so I don't know that one. It's just one of those things. I actually don't watch much in the way of movies and shows very often. There's some I definitely go out of my way for. I tend to be the kind of person that has a preference towards interactive stuff, so games and that kind of thing. There's definitely still movies I will go out of my way for, but it's not a very long list. It's just always the way I've been. I would rather actively consume something than passively consume it. Alright, and we need to get the wheat. It's a very... Oh, Sumerian is a hard to read. Imagine condensing tens of thousands of years of history into 500 pages. Oh, man. Alright. We can start seeding. In the meantime, we can go ahead and ditch the trailers. Go pick up the eggs, and we'll do a quick check on what we got going on over here. So my immediate mental temptation was to be like, let's quickly get the stuff I need to do the grass and all that and get that knocked out. It's like, no, let's not do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that money because I'm going to need to buy a harvester if we're doing the cotton. And I won't be able to do that if I spend all my money now. So we are belaying getting the grass and all that set up for just a minute, in favor of getting the harvester so I can get the cotton going. Alright, let's check everything out. So we've got... Our greenhouses are running fine. The flour, we've reached the point where it's not putting out more stuff. So we're making their money from that directly. So honestly, I mean, I've already planted the wheat. We'll keep the wheat, and we can use that for the animals. The canola's making oil that's selling directly. So we're all good there. And the pigs are not really reproducing at any meaningful speed. We do need to grab some of the bales of hay. Not right now, but soon. All right. Right, because all... Sorry, not hay, straw. But yeah, so I'll probably end up doing is for the wheat. We'll deal with that. Alright, so that doesn't do us any good. I was actually going to be like, hey, why not you just have that? So the next thing we're going to need to buy is a con technology. We'll probably end up buying one of these two, which I find this fascinating that, I mean, honestly, this is probably the better choice, is if I can get this one, I'll get the, oh, those are 238 centimeter rolls of wool? Okay. Those are huge. That is a really, really, really big roll of wool. For context, my trailer here, which I don't know where it is off the top of my head right now. It's over there. For context, my trailer over here, that is what we, yeah, 2.54 centimeters per inch, yeah. The context over here, so this trailer I pick up my bales with currently only handles bales up to 180 centimeters. So that one gives me rolls that are almost a full third larger. And then our thing for making those is this thing here, which can only go up to 180 centimeters. What's that in freedom units? You'd have to do the math. So you have to divide the, what was it, 200 how much? How big was it? You need to divide 238 by 2.54. I mean, if we do some really rough rounding, we just do like the rounding, it would be somewhere in the area of, not quite 100 inches. So, what, like a little over 8 feet? It's a big old roll, some big old roll of wool. 93.7 inches by your calculation. Okay, so like a little bit under. It's between 9 and 10 feet. That's right about 8 feet. Wait, yeah. So 12 inches times 8. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so right about 8 feet. That's a big old ball of wool. For cotton, you recommend the case harvester. Let's see. The case harvester. When you say case harvester, you mean this? Purely because it lets you spit out an incomplete one? Well, my thoughts here, if we're doing this for the achievement, then I actually probably want this one. And if you're wondering why I want this one as opposed to this one, the reason is the achievement isn't for the number of liters, it's for the number of bales. And because this is a 238 centimeter bale versus a 488 centimeter bale, this bale is going to be considerably lower volume per bale. Therefore, I'm not going to get twice, like I think I'll get just shy of 2 bales of that. Because the achievement is, what, 40 bales of cotton? Yeah, 40 bales of cotton. That said, I'm going to buy what I can afford. So we'll get that going. And I've got both these going. I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to mute my microphone for just a minute and eat a little bit of my dinner. I'll be right back. That raises the question, why is the smaller baler more expensive? Oh, hi. Are you heading to Sleepy Sleeps? Alright, whatever. Because John Deere. I mean, you're not wrong. She came in here, I thought she was getting ready for bed. I was like, you going to Sleepy Sleeps? And she ran off yelling no. Not yelling, but, you know, miming yelling no. Alright. I'm gonna quickly eat a couple bites of my dinner. I'll be right back. big reason why John Deere has a strong following is historically it was like American made, and just generally speaking, a lot of people who work in agriculture, you know, when it comes to here in the US are very much in the group of like, you know, made in America, that kind of stuff. Which it's actually for recent things that's really, really hurting John Deere here in the US is they did announce that they're moving. They've got manufacturing in Mexico as well as here. And so they're actually shutting down a bunch of their factories here in the US, which, as I mentioned, one of the big reasons why people buy them is it was US made and all that kind of stuff. You know, US company, US made, all that stuff. And now that all the manufacturing is moving out of country, a bunch of the farmers are really pissed. So I think John Deere didn't pay attention to its customer base when it made that decision. You know, it's doing it to cut costs, and they probably alienated a big portion of their market. Anyone excited for the new Farming Simulator 25? Nah, it's fine. No, I'm teasing. It actually sounds really good. Let's see, the same reason Intel is still built into how many times that we see that AMD is a better quality parts than Intel. Yet Intel is 3 times the price, piecing off the 10 towards brand loyalty. So nowadays I would agree with you. I would say historically the fight between Intel and AMD was pretty close. That for consumer grade, generally speaking, AMD usually was a better price or better value per price than Intel was. Whereas for a lot of business purposes, Intel was the better decision. That said, the last 2 generations of Intel have not been strong hits. One moment. Yeah, so like Intel is not had a good last 2 generations of processors. But yeah, no, the new farm sim is very exciting. I'm curious to see what the full list of crops that we're going to have, because I think they said there was over 40 crops. And I was trying to think of how many crops we currently have in Farm Sim 22. And I believe I got a number around like 26 or something like that. Which I'm probably wrong, because I was just trying to do it off the cuff. Like, it just pulled up like all the crops you could sell and be like, how many plants are here you can sell, kind of thing. Yeah, so different markets with just showing another until recently. Yeah, AMD has done well in the recent generations as they have been producing good CPUs and GPUs. Traditionally, the only ever did well with one or the other was garbage. Yeah. Another 40 more crops added to the game. That's the same. So I don't think it's another 40 added to the game. I think it is 40 total, to be clear. Which still would mean, you know, 14 or so, somewhere in that ballpark, new crops. Which, if we consider if we're at like 26 or 28, is, you know, 50% more crops. Which is still nothing to be, like, that's a major addition to the game. And the ones I do know we are aware of, we know that there's spinach, we know that there's rice, and we know that there's long rice. You found a list of crops counted up to 18. So that's the thing, though. What does Farm Sim, what does the actual company, you know, what does the company consider a crop? Because if we look at our list here of what I can sell, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's still the same. 13, 14. There was more in here. 15, 16, 17. Those are special to this map. Ignore those. 18, 19, 20. And then we got a couple that were like gray areas, like, do you count grass as a crop? Do you count hay as a crop? Do you count, you know, trees as a crop? Do we, like, that's kind of the thing. So we were at somewhere like 20, and then there was like 5 or 6 that are like, okay, I could see them calling it a crop, but I could see them not calling it a crop. But the point is, regardless of it, is so much of a bigger amount. Yeah, so we know 3 crops already. That's without confirmation that all of the crops in Farm Sim 2, including the DLC crops, are in 25. I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped a couple of the crops from Farm Sim 22, because there were a handful. Yeah, no, strawberries are a crop, 100%. The strawberries, lettuce, and those would count as crops. Now, mechanically, me personally, I would agree with you. It's a building you put water in and things come out. It shouldn't count. But for purposes of their tally, I would actually say that they would count it as a crop. Because categorically, it is a plant that you grow and you sell. Even if mechanically it doesn't work the same way. Trees and grass will count. I wouldn't call hay or silage separate. Yeah, I wouldn't count hay or silage as crops as well. But I would say for the purposes of what they are likely to consider a crop, I would believe that trees and grass, like trees are the maybe. Grass, I would say they probably would count because you seed it, you fertilize it, you do the whole shebang. Then are pigs crops? Yes. Next question. But you get the idea. But you get the idea of what I'm saying here is that I believe for what the devs, Giants would say, I believe they would consider the strawberries, lettuce, and that as crops. Whether or not you agree is a totally different animal, but for the purposes of their tally of how many crops they get, I would assume they would consider that a crop. Because I honestly feel they would be justified in calling it a crop. Because in real life, strawberries are certainly a crop. Like without question, if you go, hey, would you consider that bushel of strawberries a crop? The farm would be like, yeah, why wouldn't I? Even if mechanically in the game, the greenhouse, that's actually one of the things that they're changing. If you didn't see the stuff, greenhouses are different now. Before, they gave us like the tour of how the rice works in the game. And so you use a greenhouse to grow like the sproutlings for the rice. So like where you take it from seed to like these little teeny green plants. And then you load them in, and it's not a pallet. It's like a really little rectangular thing. So it's like, if you've ever gone to like, you know, your Home Depot, your Lowe's, or your garden store or whatever, where you can get like, you know, the tray that's like 3x18 or whatever size tray it is of like the little black dips that have like the plant, you know, planted in it. For where they germinate the crops. And you know, you buy your little sproutling that you then plant. It's like a tray like that, and you load up a tractor, and it's a special kind of tractor with like dozens of those trays, and that's where you drive through the water and just, you know, poke all those into the bottom of the water using their equipment. And so it's really fascinating that they actually have a greenhouse that you grow those things, and then you load those things up, and you pick them up and load them onto your equipment and all that. And so it looks really neat. And I'm sure 30 seconds after the game comes out, you'll have autoloader, so you don't have to pick them up one by one. You can just hit the button and like suck them onto the back of it, so you don't have to manually do it. Or there'll be like an unload spot or something like that, or a load spot or something like that to make it easier. But yeah, no, that's it looks really slick. With as many crops as we're going, I am really hoping we get cranberries. Because the way I look at it is right now when they introduce a new type of crop like the grains, you go like wheat, sorghum, and all that, and the way you treat them is almost identical, with the only difference being that sorghum you cannot make straw from. Otherwise, they're basically the same. You know, they got different yields and different appearances and all that, but how you mechanically deal with them is the exact same. Meanwhile, if they introduce cranberries, instead of like where you have this rice where you grow in a greenhouse and then you plant in the water and then you harvest it, you'd have as the different approach to it with cranberries, and I don't know all the details and their procedure of what they go in, but the big thing about cranberries is you flood them at the end of the growing as well. So you don't just go and harvest a field. What you do is you flood the field, all the cranberries float to the top of the water, and you basically strain the cranberries off the top of the water. And so it'd be interesting in having a crop that uses the same effective tools as another crop, but as a completely different order. I think that would be a really interesting way to go into the game where you'd have that. Spinach is a new crop, could be done to the seedlings in the greenhouse that are replanted in the field. I could honestly see a number of crops you could do with that. And honestly, even a lot of the crops we already have, that would be an interesting option. I mean, pretty much everything. If we look at our list of stuff here under, if we go to the cedar, not cedar, planter, literally all of the crops we see these planting could be done that way. So your corn, your sunflower, all of those could be the exact same thing, because that's literally what these machines do, is they take like the really little versions of the crop, they shove it in the ground, and then, you know, then you grow it. Honestly, I have no idea how spinach is normally farmed. I have no idea either. Rice and farm simply starts as seedlings within the greenhouse that could then be replanted in ponds. It's possible that they use the same thing with existing greenhouse crops. Now that not all the existing greenhouse crops make sense to work like that. Tomatoes, for example, and others work like that. Well, that's, to me, so they grow strawberries where I live, like not nearby me, but in central Florida. And they are not grown in greenhouses. And strawberries are really, really interesting in how they're grown in fields. That it's not even like a plow. It's literally like you have a metal thing that kind of goes like this, where it goes out and then down, and it's just got a giant weight on top of it. And it serves the same purpose as a plow in that you put it down and it mashes the dirt down into a ridge. And then you have a separate machine that goes, you know, sticks the little strawberry plants in the ridge, and then right behind where it has the thing, like the planter putting the strawberries in, it effectively puts plastic wrap over the ridge. I'm sorry, it's a reverse order. They put down the plastic wrap, they poke a hole, and then they put the strawberry in the hole. So you've got like this plastic wrapped ridge to contain the water that's elevated from the area around it. And then, you know, they grow it and all that. And I didn't get to see the machine that does the harvesting. That I don't know, because a lot of the farms are like, we handpick our strawberries to get the best ones or whatever. They probably don't. There is a ridger in Farm Sim 22 for root crops. A ridger for the root crops. Have I just missed that? It's probably one of those things that, you know, where is it? It's vegetable machinery or vegetable technology. I see the planter. Planter, harvester. Isn't it? Yeah, no, this is all the stuff here. I see the planters. I'm not seeing the ridger. Oh, this tool is used to create ridges in which you can plant your vegetables afterwards. Wheel weights on the tractor recommended for use. Is this? Okay. Yeah, no, this is not the exact machine I was talking about, but it looks like it has the same exact purpose. Yeah, so exactly. So you see how you have these ridges here? And the idea is, which I'm surprised this doesn't have it, the idea is you'd have a ridiculous amount of weight here, and it would mash it. So yeah, no, that's literally the same idea what I'm talking. The one I was talking about for the strawberries wasn't nearly these small of ridges. So if you imagine this ridge here, the strawberry would be about halfway from here all the way over in that, because there's a little bit of wider gap here between there. So you'd have like a ridge here, and then you'd have like a gap, and then another ridge, and then a gap, and another ridge. And that's probably just because strawberries, they'll very commonly plant onions in between the strawberries as a sister cropping thing to deal with pests, which they make what they refer to as strawberry onions. And it's because, and it's not every ridge. They'll do like 1, 2, third ridges onions, 1, 2, third ridge, like between the ridges is onions, that kind of thing. And it, because there's a lot of insects and all that, that the onions will get to, you know, get the bugs to stay away. Or I'll use the weight of the tractor instead of the leverage on the ground. Yeah, no, the one I saw in person, I actually took pictures. I think I even posted on the Discord. Hi. I know, going to sleep is difficult. Yeah. Well, you sleep well.
You sleep well, I love you.
I love you too. Never. But, Yeah, so I took pictures. Like, that one, I wasn't using the weight of the tractor. Like, it's on the back of a tractor. It just had, like, this big freaking weight on the top of it. Hopefully they give us more information about the game and all. Oh, they're doing the classical effective approach to marketing. That what they're going to do is every little bit of time, they're going to let a little bit more out, and a little bit more out, and a little bit more out, so we get more and more hyped about it. And just trying to keep it relevant. So, you know, this week they'll be like, oh, here's, you know, 2 or 3 of the new crops. Oh, get all excited. Here's how the spinach and rice works. And then, you know, a couple weeks go by. It's like, oh, hey, look, we've got durians. I don't think they're going to have durians. We haven't seen any tree crop yet, which, again, is one of the things I want to see. I don't even care if it's like, I don't care if it's pecans. I don't care if it's walnuts. I don't care if it's apples. I'd like to see an orchard in the game, like an actual orchard. Now, you know, you plant a bunch of tree crops, you get the machine that grabs the base of the tree, and it's like, oh, it's harvest time. Shake. And all the stuff falls down, and you get the thing that's a glorified broom to sweep them into a stack so your foraging harvester can pick them up. Because also the machines are terrifying. The idea of this machine having such hydraulic power, it just grabs a tree, it just goes thunk, and everything falls down out of it. Hype training, like in software. Oh yeah, no, that's 100% effective marketing. That's how you usually do it. You don't just do your one giant press release and then you back off and go, all right, there you go, have fun with it. You usually do like your one larger release to get people a little excited, and then you just trickle feed, little by little, a little bit more about it. And you know, the idea is what you're trying to do is you build that initial interest. You're trying to get there. Wasn't there an olive grove in game? So difference is olives in this game aren't grown like a tree per se. It's more like a vine or bush kind of thing in the game. I actually don't know what olive plants look like in real life. I've never seen an olive farm. But yeah. So yeah, we do have olives and grapes, but mechanically they work the same. But if we look at the harvester, I'm just checking that again. If we look at the harvester for olive technology, like it's not very tall. Like that's the olive harvester. So I wouldn't call that a tree. It's more of a bush. Like, it might be able to be grown as tree. There's lots of fascinating crops out there that, depending on how you prune it, it can be tree or bush. You never seen an Olive Garden? That restaurant is everywhere. Yeah. It's also mid. It's like if you wanted authentic Italian food and just didn't know what Italian food tasted like. I'm sorry, what? To be fair, the food tastes good there. But, like, if you're looking for, like, actual Italian food, it's not very close. You just look like one of those tree shakers, and that's terrifying. You love it. Isn't it, though? It literally has 2 hydraulics that just grab the bottom of the tree, and it just kind of goes bonk. And you can see, like, the entire earth, like, dust kicks up and everything. And just all the things fall. And then right behind it comes a machine that's just got a glorified broom, and it just sweeps it all into, like, this one little path. And then you take a thing that picks up all the stuff that it dropped behind, and then you have a lot of dirt to wash off. But you get a whole bunch of walnuts or pecans or whatever. You usually do that machine with the nut trees. You wouldn't want to do that with a pear or an apple because it'd all fall and hit the ground and you'd have a bunch of bruised up fruit. Yeah. Oh, for sure, real Italian places tend to be crazy expensive. Yeah, we've got 1 or 2 chains around here that they do family style. So they're not too bad. Yeah. Olive trees grow a lot bigger, but it takes ages. Right, but the question is, when you're doing professional agriculture, do you grow them to their full size or do you not? There are plants that, like a lot of citrus trees, for example, you get a full-size grapefruit tree, and those jokers can be like 40 feet wide, 40 feet tall. They can be ridiculously and unmanageably large. But for a lot of the equipment you're going to be harvesting citrus with, you don't want to deal with that. So they do prune them to be much smaller, to be much more manageable with equipment and all that. Orange trees and that don't get nearly that big, but that thing. It's also, grapefruit trees are ridiculous. Like you look at a full-grown grapefruit tree and how many pounds of grapefruit they produce. Here's a hint. Don't grow a grapefruit tree in your yard if you're going to let it go to full size. You're going to be up to your knees in rotten grapefruit laying on the ground. They produce. Oh boy, do they produce. I had a great grandmother who had a grapefruit tree in her yard, and it was only medium-ish. It was like lower 20 feet wide or whatever. And that thing would produce several hundred pounds of grapefruit a season. And it was like, anyone who came by should give you like the grocery bag, like filled to the gills with those, and be like, do you want more? It's like, no, Grandma, I really appreciate this, but like, this is about 40 grapefruits, and I don't know how much you think I like grapefruit. I do enjoy one or two here and there, but that's kind of where it's at, is one or two there. We used to take the grapefruit, you'd clean it and you'd cut it in half, then you'd take a knife and you'd cut out each of the little wedges, like just from the top, and then scoop it out with a spoon and like eat it. You'd eat it like just out of the grapefruit rind, like it was some type of, not soup, but get the idea, which is delicious. But they're really acidic. You eat like one or two of those in a day, and your stomach is like, all right, man, I'm watching you. I'm ready to start fighting if you don't ease up a little. She was the phrase of, get rid of this for me, please. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, absolutely. Anytime someone to visit, they give, like, especially her, so, like, her granddaughter, so my mom and my aunts, she would get them to go away with, like, 4 or 5 grocery bags of grapefruits. They're walking away with, like, 120 grapefruit or some nonsense like that. And it's just one of those things that'll be like, yep, brought a bag to work, sat it on the counter for anyone who wanted one. Brought a bag to church, set it on the table for anyone who wanted one. Yep, went to the sewing guild, dropped it on the desk for anyone who wanted one. Did anyone take them? Don't know, don't care. I did my job. Brennan says, a lot of farms around here use large olive trees as windbreakers, but olive farm trees that are maybe 50 feet. 15 feet is still a pretty big tree. But yeah. Cherry trees also get big and give off lots of fruit. Metric hecton. Yeah, my younger brother has a cherry tree in his backyard. And he's like, do you know who gets all the cherries? The birds, because I don't have that kind of time. 15 feet is about 7 meters. I think 7 meters is a little bit bigger than 15, but it's ballparkish. Yeah, no, it's a big tree. It's not huge, but that's a big tree. That's there's a lot of plants that you can very easily harvest. Oh yeah, for another one that's one of those plants that's weird that you can grow like a tree or a bush is pomegranate. Pomegranate, you can like literally make it look like a a squatty bush that grows wide. Or if you prune it more towards the, the stem, the trunk, whatever you want to call it, it will grow to just look like a tree. I had a pomegranate for a while, but we had a hurricane that uprooted part of it, and I replanted it and it didn't die, but it definitely was never the same. Yeah, around 4.5 meters. Yeah, that sounds about right, because in my head, because I don't do the 3.3, usually what I do is 1 meter is roughly 1 yard, which isn't fair, because a meter is a little bit over a yard. But when you're, like, eyeballing something and being like, how big is that? It's close enough. For some reason you're remembering 2.2 feet to a meter? Yeah, that's not right. Alright, so the cedar is done with its next field. It's only got 2 more. Alright. Is a yard 3 feet? Correct. A yard is exactly 3 feet. It's one of the few times... No, never mind. I was going to say it's one of the few times Imperial units make any kind of sense, but let's be honest, it really doesn't. Like, I'm more used to Imperial units because it's what I grew up with more. But also, when you're like, how many is that? 12. And that? Oh, no problem. That's 3. And that? Well, that's by 6s. You're like, but why? Why are these things these units? And the metric's like 10. What about that one? 10. And that one? Also 10. Look, man, it's by 10. Just deal with it. Just eyeballing stuff. It's about 10 feet to 3 meters, or 3 meters per story building. Yeah. That's, usually when it comes to, like, how tall a floor is, it's like, if you are inside the space, it's about 10 feet. If you're outside the space, depending on its type of construction, it's either 10.5 or 11 feet. And that's just because it's 10 foot for the space inside, and then you know there's the actual flooring takes space. And there's certain types of narrow profile flooring which will only take a couple inches, and then you have like the more like when you're talking about block kind of stuff where you have to have like all the extra structure and all that. Some of that stuff you'll have I forget what the word is. You'll have like where you run the wires through the floor and the ceiling and all that. They'll have more space to work. You know, stuff that's usually those kind of places will have stuff like the drop ceiling and that kind of stuff. It says because Imperial is base 12 system. Now, people came up with base 12 numbering system before base 10, given that people have 10 digits. That's part that amazes me. It also amazes me that people not only still use Imperial, but actually argue for its use and are willing to die on the hill. The only place I will fight in favor of the Imperial system is strictly temperature. Is the only place I will fight. Everywhere else, I agree. There's not much argument to be had. It's purely what you're used to past then is the only defense. But then if you grew up in the US, well, that's the whole thing. If you grew up with the Imperial system, it's gonna be what you're used to. You're not gonna want to change. And there was a long time here in the US we were trying to switch over to metric. That it was this whole plan that what we were gonna do is we were gonna start that, you know, we had been teaching Imperial and we were going to slowly introduce metric alongside Imperial, so we'd learn both systems with the intent of eventually weaning off of the Imperial system. And it actually got a decent amount far. The issue was getting a whole bunch of the, yeah, 80 does sound hot and all that. But yeah. So, here's the question. When it comes to temperature, do I care about the temperature for me or for water more? That's usually the argument I hear for and against, like, Imperial versus metric, is when it comes to metric, for water, it's great. You know, 0 is freezing, it's nice and simple, all that kind of stuff. You know, not counting air pressure and elevation changes and yada yada yada, that actually slightly fudge the numbers. Oh no, we have... Oh man. So we have it by inch, but it's like fractions of an inch. So you'd have 1/16 an inch, 1/32 an inch, 1/64 an inch. Yeah, but when you're dealing with like human being like, what's comfortable? Well, 27 is a little, or it's like 27 is a little hot, 27.2 is hotter. I have no idea, but you get the idea. Is you got to get down to decimal points and all that. Versus in Fahrenheit, you can deal with whole numbers. But yeah, for dealing with like water and scientific purposes, metric. But for like, what is room temperature? What is warm? What is cold for a person? Having the larger units does have a benefit for you can be like, yeah, the whole like, you know, 72 some people will find comfortable to slightly cool for room temperature, you know, whereas 78 is room temperature but slightly warm. Yeah. No, it's the whole thing. Like, there's definitely, like, that's the whole thing. There's at least an argument to be had here, Kravik. That's the whole point. Is, like, all the other ones, it's like, metric is better. There's not a discussion to be had. Metric's better. But it's like, with temperature, like, all right, there's an asterisk with temperature on which one's better. Not counting familiarity. Obviously, there's some argument to be made with familiarity. That's more my point. Like, what's better for measuring distance? Well, metric, because everything is based on 10. Versus, like, when we look at the imperial system, we have fractions of an inch. So you have, like, 1/4 inch, 1/5 inch, 1/16 inch, 1/16 inch, 1/32 inch, like those kind of things. So you have to do fractions. Everyone loves fractions. Fractions never confuse anyone or cause any type of mathematical problems. I'm being very sarcastic right now. And then once we go over the inches, the next higher unit is feet, which is 12 inches. The next bigger unit after feet is yards, which is 3 feet. And then the next one after that is miles. And good luck remembering what the heck miles were in the way of feet and yards, because they're not any type of even number. It's like 13,000 or some nonsense. It's one of those ones you look it up or you put into a calculator because you're not remembering it. 5,280. Exactly. That is 5,289. Or 5,280? Yeah, sorry, 5,280. But you get the idea. So measuring distance in, Imperial sucks. Measuring weight is a whole weird thing where we use grams for if you're less than a pound. Like if you get low enough, we just switch over to using metric once you get light enough. But we use pounds. We'll say like this is half a pound, this is a quarter pound, this is a full pound, and then we go up to ton, which should not be mistaken for a metric ton, which is a different thing. Yard just something like 1700 or whatever. Genuine question, because you don't really know, what is the temperature range for normal fever, below normal, in Fahrenheit? So it's 98. So like the exact normal is like 98.6 degrees, but if you're say 98, that's if someone's around 98, you'd be like that's normal. But like the temperature of a body is like the exact average is like 98.6 degrees. I'm trying to remember where a fever officially starts, and that's me not knowing medical, not so much me not knowing units. Like if you get to 100 degrees, you're hot. You're definitely in the fever range. 101. That might be when you're officially at a fever. Because again, I was talking about like comfort thing, not necessarily at that. The 104 in the hospital, yeah. You also have mile and nautical mile, and then like hypothermic, I actually have no idea where you get in there. Yeah, no, if you're starting to push 102, 103, and 104, that's when you're like, all right, do we got to go somewhere? 100.4 is where fever starts. Yeah, no, when I was a kid, it was just basically when you hit 100, they basically considered you having a fever. Whether or not it was official, it's like, all right, you're very clearly sick. And then, yeah, when you start creeping around 103 and 104, you're going... Fun fact, the average temperature of the human body is getting hotter. Interesting. You hit 107 once? Oh yeah, no, when you start getting to like 107, 108, like that can get genuinely life-threatening. Like that's the point stuff in your body is starting to cook itself. That is... You hear about like, the old-timey way you would deal with fever is you'd get someone to climb into a cold bath to counter, which don't do that. It's not good for you. That's not healthy, but that is the point when you get to those extreme temperatures. That is when they start going, no, actually drench this person in ice or water or whatever. Like, as much as it's bad for you to shock a person with that kind of temperature shift, you're actually in danger that this is the lesser of evils. Like there is a point. Because Gravy says, you're honestly still surprised you wasn't admitted when your daughter was born. You 100% should have been in the delivery room. but was running a fever that topped off at 43 Celsius. Note, 45 Celsius is when permanent brain damage can be caused. Yeah, when we're getting... What is 43 Celsius in Fahrenheit? That's gotta be like 100... It's like the 100 teens Fahrenheit, right? I might be, like, I feel like I'm in the right ballpark, but I'm really not confident in that. 109? Okay. I thought it was higher than that. Yeah, no, that's where I was making the comment where I was like 108 or so is when, like, you're in serious danger. Like 108 is like, no, like, seriously, you're in the hospital. They're taking, like, cool pads and covering your whole body with them. Like, it's no longer about going, what, is the shock gonna hurt you or anything? It's like, no, like, your body is literally cooking itself off. We are prepared to deal with you having seizures and all sorts of other not so great things because we're shocking your body, because the alternative is death. So we're gonna deal with this right now. Says 35 for hypothermia. 35 Fahrenheit? Really that low? Man, I would have not thought of it being that low. Because 32 is freezing. Like, I always think of hypothermia being like your body starts getting to like upper 40s. Oh, that's C. That sounds high. What? Is that like 80 or like 70, 80 degrees Fahrenheit? Because that's what I was gonna say is your body actually being hypothermic is really not that cold. If and again, I'm not a doctor. I don't know much about the hypothermia side, but I thought it was like really not that cold before you start having very adverse health problems from getting cold. Like when your actual like core temperature is down. Like I thought it was like in the 40s or 50s or something like that. 35C is 95. Now that feels like it's too... I would have thought it would have been that warm. Like I thought it was like upper 80s or something like that is when you're hypothermic, which means you're like in serious health concern. But I'm not a doctor. These are things I don't know about. But that's what I was trying to say is I remember it wasn't that cold. Gotcha. Yeah, so my numbers are just wrong so far as what I expect you to handle. So we've seeded all 4 of these fields. So let's go repair the tractor knot. Like 95 is when you start being considered hypothermic. Right, so that's when you're like, okay, like, you're shivering really bad. You're potentially looking at some health problems. And then, you start going down from there, and that's where it goes, okay, well, now you've got serious health problems. Yeah, normal is 37, but normal range is basically anything between 36 and 37. Anything above 38, you're officially running a fever. Anything below 36, you're hypothermic. Oh yeah, no, your skin temperature is absolutely lower. Like, yeah, no, your skin temperature is probably pushing, like, for those kind of temperature, probably talking low 50s, upper 40s. For like a long period of time, for like a very short period of time, maybe colder. Because if your skin actually got to freezing, then water expands when it freezes, and if it's inside your cells, it's no longer inside your cells. Water no longer fitting inside your body is really bad for your body. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I just remembered. Do I need a planter? All right. One second. Let's check something because I may have forgotten an important detail. Right. So I need a planter to put down cotton as well. I had forgotten about that. So what we want to do is we want to be switching our crops over. So I'm going to keep the wheat for feeding the chickens and for keeping the granary running. That's my plan. But what I do want to do is I want to switch over the other fields to cotton to start getting that go. So what I'm probably going to do is end up taking a loan or release. Now we're not doing the Survivor Man challenge for the achievement run, because there's no way I'm going to be able to afford both the machines in the time frame. But that's okay, because we're not that worried about that side of things right now. We're good here. We're good there. Let's go ahead and... Actually, let's not worry about that right now. All right. So we've got all those... Oh, wait. We're missing one last process. I almost forgot something. I need to fertilize the canola field. And then after that, we will want to, after we fertilize the canola field, we'll want to, work on some of the other stuff going on. 1 second. One thing I can do in the interim, so this might be not a bad idea for me to switch back and forth. Let's go here. And so right now, it's set to distributing. Let's switch that over to selling. How did the Soviet Republic thing go? It went well. We had a good time. We hadn't gotten stable to the point where it was producing everything and making a profit, but we had gotten our city, you know, on a pretty good start and not had anything actively on fire. And the rate we were losing money, I could have run for like 100 years or, you know, 50 years or whatever before, you know, the ledger would hit 0. So we were on a really stable thing for continuing to expand into like getting to the point where we're producing concrete or whatever the next thing was. So let's go ahead and get this. Like, I enjoy the game. It is kind of unfortunate because, you know, it depicts a very problematic time in, you know, what would become Russia. That a lot of people just seeing its theming, it bothers them, but it's a good game. Let's see, this is what you do when your fever exceeded 42C. Doctor prescribed random antibiotics and told me to go to bed. So it's either not that dangerous or he really didn't care. I've had bad luck with doctors, like family doctors. Like, once you get to like specialists, I've had no issues, but I've been highly disappointed by, you know, family doctors here in the US about just really not taking you seriously. Like, I'll be like, hey, I've been having these stomach problems. They've been getting worse over time. And I'll be like, oh, well, if it continues, come back. I'm like, cool, we're at 1.5 years. They're continuing. Let's do something. And you basically had to like fight with the guy. I'm like, look, man, I don't care what test you think is next. I just want us to be doing something to try and pin this down. Because obviously, you know, like it's not a sore little tummy tum. It's like something is clearly not right. So unfortunately here in the US, you really have to advocate for yourself. That like your doctor be like, yeah, eat healthier, get more exercise, get better sleep. I'm like, well, I mean, sure, those things are all fair. But also, I'm fine if the answer is I do need to eat healthier, get exercise, and get more sleep. But I would at least like you to be able to tell me what specifically is going wrong, and then point at me and tell me to eat healthier and all that if that's what it is. Especially if your doctor also works for your insurance company, i.e. Kaiser. I haven't run into that so much. You need a gastro doctor? Right, but the thing is, for a lot of insurance here in the US, to give you a peek behind how this works, for a lot of insurance, you have to get referral from your general practitioner, your family doctor, to a specialist. Otherwise, the insurance won't cover it. Not always. There's sometimes, like that's actually one thing I'm very happy with Tomb's insurance right now, is I can just show up at a specialist and it's fine. And I really appreciate that. Because that's the reason I'm finally getting some of my stuff taken care of, is I got rid of my current family, or my previous family doctor. I was very unhappy with the care I was getting. And then when he hosted an anti-vaxxer conference, I was like, I don't trust you at all with my health anymore, so I'm gonna go do my own thing, and try and find someone else to take care of me, because honestly, WebMD is sounding more trustworthy than you, and I don't trust WebMD either. So what I ended up doing for dealing with my current thing, because I had brought it up multiple times with multiple family doctors and couldn't get them to take me seriously, was I'm dealing with a thing, and we don't need to get into it too much, but I'm dealing with a thing where basically my body is reacting like I'm overheating when there is no business at doing that, like it's simply not hot. And there's a whole mess of things. We don't need to get into troubleshooting and all that. I already know the list, and I'm actually going to the doctor tomorrow to get an ultrasound to verify if it is the one most likely candidate, as well as 2 less likely candidates, which I'm really hoping it's not those other ones, and we won't worry about that. But the only reason I actually got progress there is I went to a podiatrist. And for those who don't know what a podiatrist is, it's a foot doctor. So thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because, fun fact, for most like random maladies, your feet are the first thing affected. And so one of my symptoms is when you overheat, your feet turn red. It's what happens. And so I went to the podiatrist because I'm like, you know what's going to happen is a whole lot of people are going to come in here complaining about their feet turning red and then describe other symptoms, and the podiatrist is going to be like, oh yeah, it's not a feet problem, it's this problem. And lo and behold, it was perfect. It's like, oh yeah, okay, your feet are turning red. No, this isn't a poor circulation thing specifically. Like, looking at this, you know, your body is shunting blood out to all of your limbs because it thinks it needs to cool itself off, and so that's how your body does that. And you can do that where like you'd sit there and you'd like, you know, push where the blood had like built up in my arm, out of my arm, and it wouldn't come back right away, but it would slowly start coming back, kind of thing, and other heat reactions, which again is very similar to when you have bad circulation, which is the reason why the people who saw my face like, oh, you must have a serious like bad circulation. But I was like, no, I don't have any of the other symptoms. But yeah, but it's one of those things that like, so, oh yeah, your feet turn red when you're over here. For a lot of people, it will, yes, because what your body, so a lot of people know what your body does when it gets cold. For those who don't know, the reason why you get frostbite on your hands and your fingers and all that first is when you're really cold, your body will constrict all the blood veins and vessels and all that in your arms and legs and your extremities to push blood into your core. So you have more of your blood in the core part of your body to preserve that heat. And it's very really saying, I am willing to sacrifice my fingers and toesies to not die. And that's how it deals with cold. For heat, it's the opposite. It you know, contracts the veins and arteries in the core part of your body and pushes the blood out to your extremities. And then, you know, the idea is your blood would take that heat from the core of your body out to your limbs, give you more surface area. That way, you know, sweating and all that, in theory, should be cooling you off. And the reason I say in theory is because if it's too humid, then sweating doesn't work that well and all the other stuff. But that's the mechanism. It pushes the blood out to do that. Now the problem is if it pushes the blood out before you overheat, then the blood's already out there, you have more surface area to get more heat onto you, and it actually ultimately works worse. It actually makes things worse for you, but that's a separate issue. And the danger is when you stay in that overheated state like that, you actually put your risk at stroke, because again, this is considered a core part of your body, and it's pushing the blood out of it, and if you're continuing to, you know, make it more and more extreme, eventually you're pushing too much blood out of it, and you have a stroke. I haven't had one, and I don't want one, so I want to get to the bottom of it. And so, usually the biggest cause for that kind of thing is you have your thyroid, which is in your neck. And your thyroid deals with your metabolism, your heart rate, and your body's regulation of temperature through, like, the part of your body's regulation temperature that has to deal with your circulatory system of moving blood around, constricting and unconstricting veins and that kind of stuff. Whereas, like, sweat is a separate system. So that's the reason why when I'm overheated looking and I'm not glistening with sweat, it's because my body has shoved all that blood out, but, like, the other mechanism isn't being triggered. But yeah. So, most likely, And I wasn't going to go through all this, but I've already talking about it. So the most likely thing I'm dealing with is hyperthyroidism, which basically means the hormones your thyroid puts out to trigger all these reactions, it's doing too much. It's putting out too much of this hormone, which again means I have the risk of like an unstable heart rate, like where my heart's just getting out of control, overheating issues, stroke, those kind of things. And the good news is treating it's very easy. They give you medicine and you're done. The dosage is a booger to get down because the thyroid doesn't produce the hormone at the consistent amounts. Like and I have no idea what the units, but it's not like 80 milliliters of whatever hormone or whatever every single day. Like some days it feels like 50, some days it feels like 80. This day it might be 100, and you're trying to take a medicine to counter that. So you know, it's fuzzy. As opposed to the opposite is hypothyroidism, which is when it's not doing enough, which then you have depression and overweight and that kind of stuff are symptoms and all that. Note, heat stroke and heat shock are two different things and can often be confused. People often say they're having a heat stroke on a really hot day and they don't feel well, and that might be heat shock on a really hot day. Let's see, that might be heat shock. Is as life-threatening as normal stroke, where normal stroke is guaranteed death parts of the brain, which means it's only a minor case of brain damage. Just for intro. Yeah, and I haven't dealt with any like heat stroke, anything like that, thankfully. But that's what I'm trying to make sure is, again, because this isn't working correctly, it means my body is reacting in a way that makes me more vulnerable to overheating. And I live in a hot place. It's a great combination. Outside sucks. But yeah, I wasn't actually gonna give all that stuff. I have an ultrasound tomorrow to check my thyroid as well as cardio stuff, since I'll be there anyways. But yeah, the whole thing was because the symptom shows up in your feet first. A podiatrist is a great place to do that. That's honestly, when you look at stuff like diabetes, cardiovascular, poor circulation, thyroid problems, all of those, usually, like, they most often get caught at a podiatrist's. As the so far as, hey, something's wrong, go talk to this other person. Because, like, and if you're wondering why the feet show so much stuff, is when you look at your circulatory system, the feet are the farthest place from your heart. They're kind of the last stop of that rotation. So when something's wrong, they tend to get affected the most and first. All right, so now we've got all this set up and ready to rock and roll. So we're going to be switching these 3 sorghum fields. Those are going to become cotton fields. That's the intent. Because sorghum was for an achievement. We got the achievement. We're good. We can keep feeding the chickens with the wheat here. The canola I probably should be switching over as well, but I'm going to leave it alone for right now as a moneymaker. And I did decide to switch over. Yeah, that's all I was going to do, is I switched over our grain mill to just making flour for cash. So that's the reason we're starting to get a bunch more money. Oh, that. Let's see. Heat shock is something that's very common here in Australia. Yeah, heat shock can happen here too, because again, it's super hot and then people jump into the water and it can cause a lot of issues. Just the temperature differentiation. Let's see, if you can make sorghum 2 larger, that would it would do that for cotton. Cotton is stupidly low yield. Yeah, and that was if I remember sorghum 2. So the problem with sorghum 2 is there's rocks up here. They're not showing up on the map, but there's a handful of rocks and trees along this spot here. That's the reason that's like basically framed to that area. This area is open. My intent was probably to go up here and start putting like olives or grapes or whatever there. Okay, so we're in October now. So in October, I actually have everything I need to do. Yeah, no, that's a lie. There is something I need to do. I need to go to my wheat fields and put down the fertilizer. So when is olive planting season in this game? I think it was like March. It's either March or April. Yeah, it's March. And then February will be cotton. Now, that said, I don't think I can get the, I don't think I can actually manage to do the olives, grapes, and all of that this year. Even with with leases I can. It'll be burning money. It won't be effective. But the reality is I don't care right now if it's good money. So maybe that's fine. Strider.exe is crashing desktop. I'm assuming you're saying that you're going to sleep and all that. So, you know, if so, I hope you sleep well and all good stuff. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is like a lot of the South US has the exact same problems you're talking about in Australia. It gets real hot, you're near water, and people do that. How did Workers and Resources game go last night? You're afraid you fell asleep? Oh, it went well. We played it again at the beginning of this stream. We did start a new city today because like I'd made lots of mistakes in the previous one. I'm like, you know what? I could play this out and it'd be, you know, maybe I can recover and all that. But it'd be a lot of like, okay, you know, get rid of that building, build it over there, get rid of that building, build it over there to like fix stuff and all that. And I'm like, no, you know what? We did a bunch of learning. I'll start a fresh city. And it went pretty well. We got way past where we were yesterday. Like we've got to the point that I'm producing gravel. We've got gravel roads. We have the, what is it? Not timber. We got our boards being produced. And so we're definitely not self-sufficient yet, but we're stable enough that the amount of money I'm having to spend on imports each year is like 18,000 rubles or whatever. Which, considering we still had like 3 million rubles or whatever, basically means I could run for an extremely long time without any real problems. Why are you shouldn't be storing. Oh, you know what? It's because I was switching over. All right. So what I could do here is I grab those handful of flour pallets and sell those. And this field isn't seeded yet, so I don't care. Because he's planting blueberry bushes with a hose in hand and side. Did not like it. I missed something with that. All right. I do want to get back, like not necessarily on stream, because, you know, unfortunately, for better or worse, you know, on stream, like Sunnyside didn't do as well, but I had a good time with it. On my own time, I definitely want to check out Sunnyside. Especially they've been really aggressive with their patches. I believe they're on like their fifth patch, like the significant patch they've done since release. And so yeah, that they've been on top of doing stuff. I hear it's way better now, but I think the issues they had on launch kind of took the wind out of their sails, unfortunately. Which happens, and it's not that big a deal. That's again for on stream, I mean, for Twitch. But that's a classic good game versus good for Twitch. These are not the same thing. All right. Oh, the game crashed. Ah, I see. I understand now. Now I see the connection between those sentences. So you tried to plant blueberries in the game, and the game was like, nah, fam. Not feeling it today. That's a bummer. I can't remember if we had a crash when we played Sunnyside. I feel like we had one, but I'm also not confident in that. Generally speaking, like, the game ran fine. We had some bit of chugging on the frame rate when I played. You could tell when it was loading in, like, you know, because like the games do the whole thing where they unload and load in buildings as you approach them, because there's no point in a building being pulled into memory if it's too far away for you to see it, kind of thing. And so we did have the thing where, like, it would chug pretty bad as you drove around town. It was loading stuff in. Oh, you tried to, like, do multiple things on top of each other. Interesting. Alright, so round bale. I don't want that many. Let's go ahead and let's spit out, let's say 6. And then we can take these over to the pigs, because they would like that. Alright. And the sprayer's almost done with what it's doing. Yeah, so finish that field. We'll get to spraying the next field. And all of that. All right. But worry about getting you on the next field first. Alright. It'd also be good if... That was interesting. It'd also be good if we started to, combine fields and all that. The good news with how many fields I'm switching over to cotton, that should start to give me good progress. The issue is all the rest of the stuff I have for that isn't the same ones. Oh, you know what's going to be interesting? Probably gonna end up needing a forklift or something to move these around. Okay, so we check our animals now. So first, all right, so we need water in there. You're doing your thing, you're doing your thing. So far as the animals go, we've got it maxed out in straw, so that's good news. We do have the pigs are now up to 75 reproduction. Let's see, pigs can be sold for profit. Pigs eat nearly anything. You can feed them corn, wheat, barley, sunflowers, potatoes, sorghum, whatever. Additionally, they require water. But there's no water drop. There's no measurement of water here. Additionally, they require water. This animal has reached its breeding age, and animals that are healthy and older than 6 months old can reproduce. The number of brackets refer to the effectiveness of the food, respectively. So the real question here is, you're telling me you need water, and there is no water listed here anywhere. I feel like you're lying to me. We will see if I bring a water tank over here if anything happens. I don't think it will. Alright, Learning. You have a good sleep and all that. I do appreciate you hanging out and whatnot. Barns have a built-in water system? Okay, so it's basically saying it needs water, but it doesn't need me, the player, to give it said water. It's just nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Pigs need water to not die, but non-farm sim. Regardless, I got a greenhouse I gotta top off. Because they're still fetching me like $10,000 a day or whatever it works out to be. Alright. I can sneak a little bit more of my food while we're filling this up, and I'll be right back. Yeah, no, I'm eating the food strider. I'm not gonna sit there and just knock this one out. It's very dense, and I don't want to sit here and just eat it. Well, you don't just want to sit there and slam it out. Alright, chickens are the exception. Even the cheap fence version doesn't require water. What's for dinner? Chicago-style deep dish pizza. We got it yesterday when Tomb had some of her family visiting we hung out with. And her nephew wanted would it be nephew? No, it wouldn't be nephew. What would be that person? The son of her, well, I guess it'd be cousin? Yeah, no, it'd be cousin. Yeah, so it'd be her cousin was like, I would like deep dish pizza. We're like, okay, we don't know where you get deep dish pizza around here, but we'll figure it out. I'm sure we can make it happen. And we did find a place that specializes in deep dish pizza, and it was pretty good. But it's like this thick. So it's pretty dense. It's good, but it's pretty dense. So just sitting there slamming back a whole bunch of pieces of it, you know, it's a lot. Yeah, no, I saw Strider. Sorry, I was in the middle of like eating and all that. Yeah, no, that's one of the bummers of when you're so Strider's saying, you know, it was at the end of the day that they crashed. That's always one of the bummer when you're playing like the Stardew Valley-esque games, where you know, like it saves at the change of the day, and so with that kind of stuff, it's always really rough when you sit there and you get to the end of the day and you crash. It's rough. Chicago deep dish pizza is basically pizza casserole. It's so much. Oh yeah, it's so deep dish pizza is when you look at deep dish pizza, it's always like it's a pizza pie, like thick, or you know, like a pizza casserole if you want. The difference between deep dish and Chicago deep dish pizza, Chicago they put the sauce on top versus regular deep dish they put it on the bottom. That's basically the difference. And then there's Detroit style pizza, which isn't pizza as far as I'm concerned. I don't care about their lies. It's not pizza. Detroit style pizza is basically like someone took breadsticks and then put just took breadsticks out of the oven or whatever and put marinara sauce on top and then cheese on top of that. So they basically made like breadstick pizza. It's better than pizza. It's better than pizza with breadsticks on top. It's better than pizza with breadstick. It's better than pizza is breadsticks with pizza on top of it. Yeah, like don't get me wrong. I don't think it's terrible or anything like that. I don't feel like shoving that around. I don't think this actually needs water. Try backing this up. Because there's no gauge that implies they're water. It's just the description is like they need water. Yeah, so that's definitely in the zone where if that worked, I'd be able to drop it off. Can you eat the little porkies? Only when they've had their littler porkies. And I'm assuming this is where we get the slurry. Yeah, I didn't think that'd work, because like I said, my hesitation is I don't see water listed anywhere, and this doesn't scroll, and they're at 100% health, so my assumption is it just wasn't a thing. Alright, so get you back over here. So we can top off your water. Oh, meanwhile, the sprayer has finished. Let's get to our next field. Yeah, so probably be able to buy the planter, no problem. And then the harvester, there's a good chance I'll have to get a loan or a lease for the harvester. All right. All right. Because how much is the planter? So the really big planter. So that's 17.8, 18.2. Yeah, so that's the really big planters, 18.2 meters. So 18.2 meters, I can get the giant planter to put down the cotton. And then once we've done that, we'll, roll back in there the next day and all that. To go ahead and, wrap that up. But I do think we get the giant John Deere, even if I have to lease it, we get the giant John Deere harvester for the cotton, just because it makes more bales. And if I can get 40 bales, then we're good, because that's what the achievement is that we're going for the cotton. At which point, then we'll never speak of cotton again. So it might actually even work to have the planter just for that, because actually at that point, I can just plant whatever the heck I want in these fields. These fields will never be needed again. What we'll be dealing with from there is we'll be working on grapes and olives and whatnot. It is honestly one of those things that, if we are leasing stuff and we're making money, it might be worth my time to actually put the olives and all that over here. And maybe buy the next tile of land, get the olives and whatnot here. I gotta keep remembering, I need to get my lawn grow, my grass stuff, and then the sheep and the cows as well. Because I have the 4 achievements for the animals to deal with. I've got 3 achievements related to plants to do, which is the cotton, the olives, and the grapes. And then I got a bunch of stuff around horses, which that's another animal. I just get the horses, and then we ride out into the sunset and a bunch of garbage like that. I've got to get grass bales, and honestly, that's all the achievements that I would do on the stream, because the last ones are just make a bunch of money, do 50 contracts, which I'll just do those off stream really fast by just doing the really fast driving fertilizer and just not worrying about it. Honestly, with what we're doing now, I might actually be better off getting that little back of the truck fertilizer, because you can go like full speed with that thing. So that may not be a bad move, is to not get rid of this thing, but put it aside, get the little solid fertilizer thing that goes in the back of your vehicle, and just letting it tear loose at 24 miles an hour, dropping fertilizer. Because that's actually, honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea, because it's also inexpensive. I think it's only like 30,000. And then because it doesn't have like the big broad wire thing on here, and it's fairly light, turning around isn't nearly as big a process. I'm gonna buy that now. So that is under the same place that the lime wagons are. Where are you? Fertilizer spreader. This one. It's not even that. This one here, 42 width. And okay, so I can only go 11 miles an hour. That's still way faster than we're going. So we're gonna buy that thing for doing fertilizer in the future. Let's see, you accidentally got the money achievement because of a mod, and you're playing around setting up multiplayer game. Use the mod to give yourself a heap of money to do the setup, which triggered the achievement. Yeah, I do appreciate that Farm Sim doesn't disable mods. Or sorry, doesn't disable achievements with mods. I've mentioned that before. Because sure, you can get mods that just cheat the achievements and give it to you instantly and all that. And I know that some people get upset. It's like, well, I earned it fairly and they didn't. But it really annoys me when I'm playing a game that has like a very massive quality of life issue. And that you suddenly can't have achievements. So like RimWorld, where they have like the don't block the door, which is a nice thing. And that one I can understand as gameplay. Or one of the ones like, you've got like the better UI in RimWorld kind of stuff, or where you show the weapons underneath the portraits and all these kind of stuff. I was like, nope, sorry. You can see the icon of the weapon under your character. All achievements disabled. RimWorld doesn't have achievements, by the way. But like those kind of quality of life mods. Like informational mods. Because there's a lot of games that don't really need mods for anything, and then there's games that are like, nah, really, it's a bad experience without the mods. Alright, what time is it? How are we doing on time? We're doing good. Because I think what I'm going to do is at the end of stream, the Halcyon Frequency Cozy raid train is going around. We're going to look up who is currently active on the raid train, and we're going to go drop over there and say hi. We'll probably do that for this coming week. That as long as the raid train's going, we'll be raiding into whoever's doing that. That's usually how these raid trains work. Because one, it'll be a good way to meet a whole lot of new people that I haven't met before that are also make good content and all that kind of good stuff. It's always a good time. Here says, yeah, that's true. Some games do absolutely need some mods to be smoother. Oh, yeah. Like, that's, this one doesn't disable achievements, but imagine if back in the day when you go to play Dark Souls on PC, if DX Fix didn't, you know, if that didn't work with achievements. Like, you'd just be playing salty. This isn't the correct side. What I should have checked is I really should have checked to see if I already had solid fertilizer down there. If I don't, it's fine. I don't actually need this right this second. It was more I wanted to grab this so that the next time I need to do fertilizer, this one will let me do the fertilizer much faster. The negatives are, if we weren't having the AI refill the fertilizer and just charge me money for it, that would end up happening with this is, like, what would, you know, if we weren't doing that, like, I would have to get, like, the expansion thing and all that, and I'd have to drive back and refill more often, because the capacity of this is not that big. The other thing that's a negative about this one is if we were worried about maximum profit, is this one I cannot narrow the width, if I'm not mistaken. I can lower it and raise it, and that's about it. So it's always 42 meters, which means even if I'm doing the tiniest little stripe, I'm using the same amount of fertilizer as if I was blasting the full 42 meters. But yeah, this thing has more range than that one, to give you an idea of how big this thing's spread is. And then I can use it going pretty fast. So are you fertilizer over here? You are. And that'll do for now. Alright, that's probably getting close to done. Let's see, non-tropical rainforest is a very varied landscape. But you'd expect that from a country kind of the size of the mainland US. Yeah. Alright. So that is good news that the sorghum's done. I'm happy to have that achievement knocked out. Let me just double check. Do we have... I might actually have the chickens now. Yeah, no, I actually have the chickens. Wait, how do I have the chickens already? I really wish this game just told you what the achievements were. I know I complain about that every time. Where are you? Clucky Streak. That's a lot of Easter eggs. I think that was the chicken achievement, so I probably already have the chicken achievement. Where are you? Oh, I already marked it off. Yeah, so I already have the chicken achievement. So I don't technically need to keep taking care of the chickens, but I'm going to. Why are you... Oh, yeah, you're still doing the border. Which does mean you'll do one pass in the middle. That's fine. Yeah, people forget how big Australia is. This is true. To be fair, people also do that with the U.S. We have a lot of people who go to visit the U.S. and they kind of go, oh yeah, so I'll we're just go ahead and I'm just gonna go to Florida and then I want to visit, go from Florida and visit Texas, so I can just drive over there, right? And you're like, yeah, I mean, technically yes, but I think you are underestimating the distance you're proposing about talking. You're driving for several days to pull that off, realistically. Or they're like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go from here, like, I just gonna go from California, and then I want to run up to Washington. And you're like, uh-huh. You're talking like 20-something hours driving, right? And that's if you do it all in one go, right? You understand that's not a little thing. It's not small. And that's not saying like it's comparable to Australia or anything like that. But you get the idea. It's like people just underestimate, or they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we could just drive across this, right?" And you're like, "Yeah, I mean, you really can't." Like the number of people who've gotten themselves messed up because they just drive out in the desert in Arizona or Texas or whatever, because they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll just go out there. Like if we get lost, no big deal. We just drive in a direction we find next place." Like you don't understand. If you get lost, if you get turned around, you're going to run out of gas before you find the next city. Like, I need to express this to you. If you turn the wrong way and you are heading away from the city, driving out in the dunes, you will not find the next city before you're out of gas. You once had someone tell me they wanted to see New York, Chicago, and LA on their trip to America, then tell me they're there for 3 days. Okay, if they describe it as see the airport, that's doable. Anything more than that, you're out of luck. So I think that's something that Australians and Americans can immediately relate with when it comes to travel. We both tend to count the distance as time rather than distance. It's a 2-day drive for me to get to Perth. It would be like a 2-3 day drive to get from Houston to Miami. Yeah, no, that's about right. Houston to Miami, that's about 2-3 days. If you're stopping to like actually go to bed and everything, that'd be a very fair amount. Yeah, that's a very typical thing over here, is to be like, how far is that? Well, it's 30 minutes. But it's like, well, no, how many kilometers or how many miles? You're like, it doesn't matter. It's 30 minutes. It's like, you don't understand. I can go this way, and 1 mile could take you half an hour, and I can go that way, and I can get, a good 60 miles in an hour. That's like, it's just the nature of the roadways. Like, so saying how much, like, what the distance is doesn't matter. I mean, it matters if you're like walking or jogging or riding a bicycle or something, because that the distance tends, like, you don't worry about traffic as much and those kind of things. But by car, it's like, nah, like, how long does it take? All right, so we've got all the fields fertilized. I mean, even visiting individual states, we have the same thing, Craven. You'll have people's like, oh, I want to visit Florida. Well, I'd like to see Miami, the Keys. I'd like to go to Disney. And I'd like to see, the Space Center and everything. You're like, okay, and how long are you here? It's like 3 days. Like, I don't think you understand what you're proposing. Like, here's a hint. Disney and the Space Center, congratulations, you're at like 5 days. If you're trying to do it all, which is what usually was what they say. Like, yeah, I want to see all the Disney theme parks. Like, yeah, one of those parks is a full day, and you won't get to do it all. Like, that's the thing. The Space Center, it's not a full day, but it's close enough to a full day. And then the Keys and Miami, it's like, all right, but what do you actually want to see? Starts to weigh in, is like, okay, but how much time do you need? If you want to do like all the museums and all that, congratulations, you lost your week in Miami. You haven't even left the city and your week's done. Which is true of like New York and any major city. Okay, so we're looking at getting to February is the next time we have something big we got to deal with, which is to start planting our cotton. So let's go ahead and pop in here and move on to the next day. And then we're going to check on the pigs and all that, because I don't remember where our food is at. But I'm really hoping we're going to start seeing the pig population go up and all that. I'm honestly wondering if after we get the... so we're done with the pig achievement, for the record. That was what that sound was. So, whereas about to say we're going to check on the pig population, we have officially got all of our pigs. There's our 60 pigs we needed. So what I was going to say is, since we already have the achievements for the pigs and that, I could potentially sell the pigs and just get rid of that location so it's not a thing to even maintain. So let me go ahead and cross off the pigs since they're done. And then, you know, potentially go and move on to where we still need to do the cows, the horses, and the sheep. Because we're done with the chickens, we're done with the pigs. Oh, I get it. It's not like in real life where, you know, you get whatever. It's like literally duplicating the amount kind of thing. I understand. All right, well, we'll look at that in a minute. Because I got to make that decision of if I want to... I mean, the eggs are good money, but on the downside, they're kind of a pain to deal with. The pigs, I only get money... Just grow 60 pigs? Yeah, almost all the animal achievements are just get some number of animals. So it's 60 pigs, 20 sheep, 20 cows, and I think it was 100 chickens. So we'll advance the date. Well, actually, check to see if anything's on a good sale. Because we're watching to see if they have the, if they put the really big seeder harvester on sale. Because they do either of those, we're going to grab it. Yeah, because I'm half tempted to be like, okay, we did our pigs, get them out of here. Let's bring in the cows. Okay, we did the cows. Let's bring in the sheep. We don't care about either of those things. How are the animals doing? So the animals are getting... Why did your health hit 0%? You have food. All right, that sells it. The pigs are gone because the pigs also don't have a byproduct I can sell worth anything. The pigs are the byproduct. So pigs, buddies, pals, broskies. So I'm gonna just need you. Where am I looking? Oh, here. Start. Grab you. Sell. Yep. Because I don't want to deal with the pigs anymore. Sell, that's another 10,000. And you're not going to worry about, well, it's dark. But we'll get rid of the chickens as well. I'm just going to wait till the thing. But because we can get rid of those two, and then we can turn around and, like I said, chuck down the, Yeah, no, it's the slurry and manure, the byproduct from pigs. You can use it for fertilizer. Yeah, but I'm just going to buy the fertilizer and go fast. This is more not about the money. This is going to be more about just, trying to deal with the other stuff. Okay, so we don't need that, and I have what? It was February I need to plant this? Yeah, so February is when we do the cotton. And how are the chickens doing? You're doing fine, chickens? No. Yeah, because I don't want to deal with it, because that makes me have to save up my grain and have to have a silo and all that, and that's fine. So select. Oh, not this side, this side. Select. So that's 1,200. Another 1,200. Another 1,200. Another 1,200. 380. 19 bucks for the rooster. Poor rooster, not worth anything. Another 1,200. And our 800. And honestly, I don't think you get any money back for destroying the building. We're gonna check. I might, I don't remember. So if we go over to... our pigsty and our chickens. Oh, I actually do get good money back. Okay. All right. So go ahead and quickly sell this. You get back percent based on age. Yeah. So that's good, because that gives me 500,000. So we're still going to go after the cotton, because I feel like that's going to take us a while. But honestly, that puts us in almost good enough money to start considering getting, like, the next animal thing. Because, like I said, we still got to do cows, and we still got to do, the cows, horses, and sheep. Unfortunately with me with the sheep is I kept a small enough pen. And I didn't breed them, I was just using them for the wool. So I didn't get enough. If I had gone and sold like a couple of sheep every so often, then I would have very easily have had them long enough. Because we had the sheep for a good number of years before I finally got rid of them when I got rid of the mowing stuff. So yeah, the plan is get the cotton set up, and we'll get that going. And I will try, you know what, I could probably get the sheep and maybe the horses? We'll worry about that in a minute. Regardless, I'm going to take this stuff and I'm going to sell it all because I don't need to be holding on to pig feed and eggs anymore. For cows, if you plan on doing the full TMR, you recommend saving up for a barn with the robot and take care of feeding the cows for you. You just have to provide them raw material. Oh, that's not actually... That's fine. I'll need the straw anyways, and the pig feed I'll just chuck in a corner and pretend doesn't exist anymore. Either way, we got a bit more money from the eggs. So we're at like 600,000 now, just a bit shy of. Alright, so with that, I've got plenty of money to buy the planter. If we want to go that way. And I do think... So this is the thing I'm going back and forth on. I could technically lease the planter, do all the stuff. Alright, let's be smart about this for the achievement chase perspective. From the achievement chase perspective, I don't actually have a need to buy the cotton harvester and the planter to achieve them achievements. It would be really good to do that from the money side of it, but for the purpose of the achievements, it doesn't actually help me. Now, I do have no choice but to buy a place for the cows, sheep, horses, and such. And I'll probably just want to buy the things for mowing because I'm going to need to do it a bunch. So we should, with that in mind, go here, under construction, and see what we can figure out for the animals. So if we go for the cows, so I can get any of these out here. Now, I only need to breed 20 cows. With that said, if I get this cow barn, we can do this. I don't need to do everything. I just need to breed them. So by doing this, I can afford this right now. Okay, so we've got points on both sides. I'm not going to be quite able to use that existing road. Let's scoot you over here so that I can bring that around. And then meanwhile, for the sheep, I need to get 20 sheep. 20 sheep. So let's go for the bigger one. And the reason I'm doing the bigger one of this one versus the smaller one on either is I'm trying to get it so one cycle of breeding the animals is all it's going to take for me to deal with that. So we can go ahead and plunk you down here. All right, and I need a horse area. Same deal. So this one, they're almost the same price. Honestly, for that, I'll get the bigger one. So we got all of our animal pens. That's fine. And they're all gonna need water. Yeah, so it was, you need... Oh, okay. You need, I believe that's hay. So the horses need, well, we could go through it this way. If we go to, it's not gonna list it here. All right. So if we go to our different animals real fast. So if we look at our animals, for the cows, they need grass, hay, or whatever. The horses will need hay, or whatever the rest of this is. And then the sheep need grass or hay. So the answer is, we're gonna want hay. For hay, I've got a couple things I'm gonna need to do. So let's go to our sales. We don't have anything here. All right. Trying to think of the way I want to set this up. We can also look at some of our vehicles and decide what we do or don't want. Is there any vehicles that like I'm straight up just not going to use anymore? Because I haven't checked in a while. All of that's still fine. The harvester is fine. The trailers are fine. I'm going to keep that just because. The sprayer I'll keep for now just in case. Honestly, we'll keep everything. There's nothing here that I feel like makes sense for me to ditch. I could take a loan to buy all the grass stuff. We'll just move forward. We're not going to put the animals in yet. I don't have the money to support them. But what I'm thinking we're going to go ahead and do is we will get the mower and all that. And then there is a, I'm blanking on what the term is. It's like a bunch of these like little broom things that spin that push the grass really far apart. So you can dry it out into hay. And then you'd turn back around, you'd use a windrower to push it back into a stack, and then you'd pick it up. So I think we're going to go ahead and do that. Because if we do that, then I can get all my hay, and then I've got food for all the animals. And then it's just a matter of having enough place we get grass from. And then that would have all of my animals secured, it would have my cotton going, and then it'll only be missing the grapes and the olives. And it would also let me wrap up my bales for silage. Let's see, you can get away with doing hay for all three animals. They will reach 100% health, although you believe there's additional work you have to do with horses, such as grooming and riding to get their health up. You can't confirm. Yeah, no, there's a stat for the horses that's basically around like how well they work. Dog? What? Excuse me, dog. I'm gonna have to ask you to not jump on top of the harvester. Though I am impressed that you're even capable of doing that. Alright, so sales going on right now, nothing I care about. So for today, we got some work to do. Because I've got to seed cotton. So what we're going to do is we're going to lease the planter for the cotton. Because the actual planter costs like $270,000, and I don't have that kind of money. Alright. Yay to you too. Speaking of which, let's also check. You're basically done. Let's switch you to distributing again, so we get our next wheat harvest. We can do that. Honestly, had I thought about it, I could have planted cotton in all the fields. Because the downside is the cotton, so far as actual volume, is really low. I had a farm we set up on Silver Run and all that. And with that farm on Silver Run, we had cleared up multiple entire areas and made one giant cotton field. And in the time I was harvesting it, I think I got like 3 bales out of it. And we need, I think it's 40 bales? It's a lot of bales. Alright, so let's go ahead here, and I will need to go planters. Give me the big one here. Yep, so you do cotton details. And I will lease you. And you need liquid fertilizer, which I hadn't anticipated. The good news is I've got all that back there already. Alright, and we need to change you to cotton. There we go. Now, ideally, I'd like to have bought this and yada yada yada, but since we're achievement hunting, this is fine. It'll cost money. Had we been still on our Survivor Man rules, this would have been a rule break because I wasn't allowed to lease anything. But like I said, once they announced Farm Sim 25, we're like, okay, we're gonna stop the Survivor Man. And we basically had everything we have here except the one sorghum field in the back we hadn't set up yet, and the animal pens we hadn't set up yet. But otherwise, just about everything else is here that we already owned. So what I could do, though, is I can run over to the sprayer, kick out the fertilizer out of the sprayer, load this up. We've already got the seed sitting nearby. And we can get to planting some hecking cotton. At least I think that's liquid. Oh, right. The tractor is where? Yeah, I think it's calling for the liquid fertilizer. We can check real fast because they have different symbols. It is liquid. Okay, so we can spit that out, get you out of the way. All right. I am really looking forward to 25 though. It'll be nice to have a bunch of different crops. I am debating when we start 25 how I want to approach it. If we'd want to do like another challenge kind of thing, like the Survivor Man challenge, or you know, we want to approach it differently. Like I could see doing it instead of like where I did this, where I chose like the hardest economy settings and you know, put a ton of restrictions on myself and just had like a really slow bake farm. I could see instead doing a Survivor Man challenge in the fact that we have like a mostly empty map, maybe? Well, we'll have to see. We also don't know what maps they have to start with. Because I could also potentially see doing one of the starting maps if the maps look interesting. Which I think they will. The one they've shown off very much looks like a wetlands kind of map. Which would be kind of nice where you have, like, you know, all that. We'll see. We can even figure it out at the time that it comes out, like, depending on what it is. There's so much that's going to potentially be announced and all that. Alright, so how much space do you cover? It was a pretty wide area. Alright, so with that, let's quickly go here and get you doing your thing. So let's see how this looks, because I haven't done this one yet. Alright, so that's simple enough. Okay, in the meantime, it would be really nice to be able to do the mower. It doesn't look like I'm going to have the money for it, which is the only reason we didn't get the animals yet. And I don't have more stuff sitting around right now to sell or whatever, but that'd be the good reason to get the mower. Because if I got the mower things when I'm working on something like this, anytime during the year I can just drive around and harvest one of the fields or like just mow the grass in the area. We do ultimately want to get a field of grass because you get much higher yields and all that. But kind of one of the beauty with having just the whole map available is we could just buy a tile of land and just zip around and then go back up and clean up after ourselves. And that wouldn't be terrible. I believe for the AI to work, you have to make it a field though. Yeah, so we're getting cotton down. And hopefully we go relatively fast because we are leasing this thing, so we're paying by the hour. I was actually low-key debating if it makes sense for me to lease 2 of these, but honestly, by the time I think we set it up, I would be able to get, like, everything else sorted out in the meantime. Alright. Let me double-check when my appointment is tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it was like, afternoon. I'm pretty sure I already set an alarm for it and everything. That appointment isn't happening anymore. Get that out of here. 1. Okay. Fair enough. So I'm gonna double check this real fast. And set myself an alarm while I'm still thinking about it. Because even though I've not missed something like this before, I would feel pretty dumb if I did. So with that, we'll set it to this time. And that's Monday. Yeah, so it's... There we go. Cool. Just gotta make sure I'm up in time for my stiff tomorrow. I didn't even check. What time is it? It's about 3. Okay. Alright. So yeah, so we're getting all this sorted out. That'll be good. This actually gives me a good chance to finish off my dinner. So I'm going to quickly finish my dinner real fast. A lot of people just got stuck in ads anyways. So I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. The timing of that ad break was perfect, finishing off my dinner. Alright, so it's been a pretty good stream. We got 2 of the remaining achievements knocked out already today. We're setting up to work on the next one. We've already got other stuff working on the others. So honestly, the things I have left to knock out achievements, wait, Let's actually check here. All right. So if we're good, what I'm going to try and do, and this is a bad idea, is we're going to be leaning on leases for now, which is going to hurt us. But since we don't really care about our finances right now, I am going to try the next in-game day after this one to start setting up the grapes and olives. Excuse me. And see what we can do there. That'll delay my ability to get the mowing equipment for the animals. But if I do that, we'll have literally everything lined up for doing the achievements, and it'll just be a matter of getting the mowing equipment to get the... Actually, I can probably literally just buy hay, can't I? What vehicle would it even take to do that? Can a regular trailer hold that? I don't remember. We could find out real fast. Hey, you cannot hold hay. And I know the wagon can hold hay. But can I fill it up with hay? Let's do some science. Because if I can fill this up with hay, I cannot worry about the mowing right now entirely. I can just go drive and will periodically buy hay as I need to top off. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Because then I could just load that whole thing up with hay real fast and get that going. And then what we could do is, as able, I could buy like the stuff for spraying and whatever. Or not for spraying, for growing grass. All right. Let's actually check right here. If we go to the containers, bales. I can get bales of hay. Yeah, actually, get this out of here. All right, so yeah, so we can take care of this. We can literally just buy bales of hay. All right. I believe for the cows, I will need straw for bedding. And I believe I might need to lease or buy a piece of equipment to do that. So let's drop this off. Wait, actually, no, I do want this. All right. Yeah, so we can get everything ready for the animals, and we can just get the animals right away. Because then what'll happen is the animals will start reproducing, which means we'll get those achievements lined up. The animals produce like wool and milk, and horses just are horses. They don't produce anything other than, I guess, more horses. But we can take that stuff and make that all happen. Now, it makes me curious, is I've been told that you have to chop up the straw for the horses to use as bedding, but I was also told that with the pigs, and that didn't end up being the case with the pigs. So it could be something like if people use precision farming, maybe it has to be chopped up, or it could be that just the cows need it. We're going to find out, because if it saves me having to put effort into it, I'm just going to chuck that in there, because it means I already have all the equipment I need. Okay, so let's see here real fast. If we go to our bales, square bale of hay. All right. I have no idea how many bales of hay these will take to top off, but we'll figure it out. We'll start with the 8 here, and if I still need more, that'd be fine. All right. Yeah, so that's good. So it does actually mean I can literally just buy my way to taking care of the animals. Between the water, the hay, and it's just the straw is the only one that, like, if I have to get it, like, made into loose straw, we'll have to figure out how I can accommodate that. Which I know there's a machine you can buy that you put like the hay bale in, you turn it on, and it literally just depletes the like the amount of weight and liters in the hay bale disappear till it's gone, and it just throws it out as loose hay again. We can certainly do that. Are you already full? Yep, no, you're already full. Now one mentions needing straw. I underestimated the size of those hay bales. And your drop-off is inside the building. Well, that sucks. Because I don't believe I have the super strength mod on, do I? No. That's easy enough to resolve. So we can leave the hay here. And this has been a long time coming. If we go to our tractor front ends, we can look here. There's a... Where are you? There's like a little spike thing that you can just stab the hay bales with and drive off with. I know there's the front loader ones, but I don't really feel like I need a front loader for this. Let's check in miscellaneous. Not that. Let's see here. There's somewhere... It's not the spaders. Maybe the... That might work. It's not what I'm thinking of. No, it's clearly designed to pick them up. That might work, though. What I'm looking for is, I think the one I was thinking about is, Not you, this. This is what I was thinking about, the front loader connector here. Because you just go up and you just whack it into the end of it to pick it up, and then you're good. But the problem is, that doesn't work. I have to have a front loader tool. And I don't believe either of my tractors are capable of front loading. That's buying tractors. I need to look at what I've got. Yeah, so neither of these can I look at them. But neither of them has the front loader hookup. And if I were to buy a front loader, they're honestly cheap. You know what? Nah, we're gonna just try and get away with, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Actually, let's, not animal transport. Animals. Yeah, so that's the, this machine takes straw bales and uses them to cover the ground for animal husbandry or with straw. Yeah, so I might have to deal with this, to turn that into loose straw. I was really hoping we'd have the, what we need here. That's fine. Where'd you go? So we want the bale loader. We'll grab this thing and figure out how it works. It costs almost nothing, so I'm down to tinker. Meanwhile, we'll leave you here. I'll grab the other tractor. It'll go get that thing. Because with that, I can go and I can, if it works the way I think it will, I can pick up the hay bales one by one, and I can set one hay bale at the entrance of each animal so that they slowly pull from the hay bales, and I should be able to pretty close to ignore them for a while. And then the hope would be I could do the same with the straw, is that I'd be able to grab the straw bales and sit them outside. And like I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to have to get the thing that shreds the straw to lay it down in the ground for him. If I do, I do. Which would be a little bit of a bummer if that is the case, because it's another piece of equipment I'll need. But yeah, that'll be fine. Because then what I need to do is also get the animals, which will cost us a bunch of money as well. The good news, I don't need that many. Like for the cows, to get 20 cows, if I buy 20 cows, then they breed. I should, in theory, get 20 cows based on what I've been seeing so far. All right. Oh, you weren't actually connected? It's just shoving you the time? My bad. I thought it was connected. I was over there looking on the left being like, okay, what controls do I have? There. That makes more sense. And also the tractor's done. Alright. So I can roll down to the next field, get it planting. Alright. Hey dog, this isn't the place to be, friend. Luckily, the dog has no collision to him. Alright, because otherwise that'd be real sad. Alright, so the thing I don't know is this looks to me like you don't pierce the bale with it. This looks like to me that you, Okay, so it's just got tip and up and down. Imagine running a dog and the tractor flips while we're landing. That's a lot of games where they make the dog impervious. It's like hitting a concrete barricade that your truck just flips over the sideways. Plenty of games have done that one. All right, but we'll see what we can do with this. I know when I was doing we did a Survivor Man challenge that I didn't end up posting the footage on YouTube. But it was like I started off doing just grass just to make ends meet, which was working well, but my god, it was tedious. That is having to sit there and just running around the tractor with the spikes onto it, just piercing. I think I'd get like 4 or 5 on it at a time if I aimed it right. And when you had to do like literally 200 or 300 bales that way, it got real tiresome real fast. And I probably should have moved that thing. Yeah, so my guess is it doesn't pierce at all. Which means this thing's gonna be terrible to deal with. Oh, unfold bale loader? That really didn't make it much better. You know what? I can use it, though, in a different way. We can grab you real fast and just turn you off to the side. And then shove this down here. The other thing you do is just turn on the super strength mod and call it a day. Yeah, no, the only reason I didn't get the bale spike was just the fact that I needed to get a front loader for it. And I'm not sitting on much money right now. Alright. This is manageable, though, in a pinch. Alright, so you can still accept more, that's fine. Because I don't believe there's, like, a conversion attachment or something that switches this, you know, switches the front of a tractor to a front loader. There's some tractors you can add a front loader, like, arm to it, but it's only some tractors and not the ones we want, like we have. And at that point, if I had to buy a tractor for that, I'll just buy a front loader. Yeah, no, I checked like this one before. I don't believe any of the big tractors have the front loader. So the good news is we got all those put away. The bad news is that did take up literally all of our food or all of our hay that we bought. But that's okay. So meanwhile, let's go over here and grab the straw. I don't know how much straw I need. And then the other thing we don't know is, like, for the straw, like, do I need to actually get the thing that sprays it out, or is it just better to spray it out, or what? Alright. You didn't see medium? Well, these are large tractors. I know I'm gonna regret doing this. That's fine. I doubt we can carry this many, but I figure we just chuck these all out here. And we'll see what we can do with this. Alright. Because then we'll try doing is kicking the straw out in the intake area of those other ones. See if it accepts it. And if I have to get the thing that shreds it, I have to get the thing that shreds it. Which then the question is, how does it load? Like, we'll have to get, like, will I still need a front loader to lift the bale and drop it in? Or again, just go and turn on the super strength, like, you know, X out of the game real fast, turn on the super strength mod, go back in and just deal with it. We'll see. I don't need to do this for a very long time. It's mostly just take care of the first wave of animals. Alright, so we'll do the cows last, because they're the big wild card here. The other ones, they do look like they've got the area where you blow the straw in. Okay, so it did accept the straw. You don't actually need the straw. I don't know what I'm doing with you. But yeah, so the horses didn't actually need it. It just, you know, magicked it into place. The loading point is over there. So I'm gonna try doing... You're just gonna try shoving this in here and see how it goes. So kick that out there. Get our truck out of the way for a minute. Grab the tractor. I went too far too fast. Yeah, I went too far too fast. That whether or not it accepts it or not, I think I shoved it straight through. We can tell if it'll accept it if any of these are missing any weight. Yeah, so one of them is missing weight. So it would have worked had I not just plowed it through in 2 seconds. Actually, no, maybe not. Let's go from the other side. If I gotta get the shredder, I gotta get the shredder. And I've been told I need the shredder, but there was multiple animals I told I'd need the shredder for, but then I didn't end up needing the shredder. But the cows are ones people seem to be very confident about. Yep. So we will actually need the shredder for this one. Alright, we figured that's probably going to happen. So regardless, honestly, with as crappy as that fork thing is, I'm down to just sell it and use the tractor's front to shove. It's just as good. So let's get rid of that front thing here. The bale loader there, you're garbage, get out of my life. Meanwhile, we're going to need to get the... Where's the animal stuff? We can get that one. It says it will shred the bales into straw. Let's see, do you want slurry or manure for the cows? Nah, I don't care about that. Like, literally all we're trying to, like, literally, I thought, is this for... I mean, we need the straw for their well-being, is what I'm guessing we need. Because that's all I care about is the straw, then they don't need bedding. Perfect. I'm down to do that. So turn you off right now. Because with that, I would be able to, if I don't need it for breeding the cows, then all the bedding does is switches slurry to manure. Weird. With that, then, I'm able to actually go and buy the cows, and the horses, and the sheep, and get all that square, because I was able to put all the straw in there, or, yeah, the hay in there, then we can just deal with that. Then go ahead and park you. And go to... Alright, you're mostly done. So the animal dealer, we will start with the sheep barn. The sheep are the least expensive. I don't have any preference about the sheep whatsoever, but I need to breed 20 sheep. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to buy 20. Okay. And then the next up we need is from the animal dealer. We'll look at the cow barn. And again, I don't at all care which cow we have. And I need to breed 20 cows. I don't really know. Well, these are the age of the cows. Yeah, and that's the sheep I'm not worried about because they don't take too much longer. The problem is I gotta watch how much I spend, but I don't. This animal has reached its breeding age. Alright, that's fine. So I could buy you. And then for the horses, I don't need to breed them at all. I just need to get a horse to 100% speed or whatever. They need to be ridden daily to increase their value. Animals that are healthier or can reproduce or whatever. I have no idea about these horses. We'll get a chestnut horse. And this one, I only want one horse. Okay. Well, honestly, with that, so sheep barn, we could handle more than this. So did I... What age did I buy you? So your age, you're 0 months. Let's just do what we talked, like we said there, just buy the 20. Okay. And we'll have enough room to have those. Okay. So with that, we own all of the animals we need to, you know, get everything going. We are burning a lot of money, but that's fine. And our hope will be that when we check on our animal stuff here, that we've got everything we need to make them happy. We've got everything we need to make them happy. And it would appear we've got everything we need to make them happy. So they have cleanliness, fitness, and daily riding. All right, horse. I have no idea how this works in this game. Hey, horse. So... Is that a comma? Trying to go to a trot? Yeah. Horses and this are magical. They can go up vertical cliffs. I've heard. And for those who don't know, FG Scored, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Definitely worth your time. Why am I blanking on... Alright, I have to like click out of the window. No, that's the right... Oh. No, that's... Oh, okay, I see. I just keep... Okay, so I don't hold the go button to go faster. There we go. I jumped. Okay, now the important thing is I think I have to jump for 5 straight minutes or whatever it is. Which I'm curious how that works. Or what was the achievement? Jump a horse for 5 minutes straight. Which is interesting because, like, you can't just hold the button. Yeah, you can't just hold the button. So I'm wondering how you jump for 5 straight minutes. So we're starting this at 35 after. So we're gonna go jump a horse up and down. I apologize if this messes with anyone with motion sickness. Don't blame me, blame achievements, because why is this the way this achievement works? I'm assuming there's like a cushion on like how long between jumps, since it doesn't, like it can't hold the jump button or whatever. Yeah. This is what we're doing now. This is our life. Let's go check out our person who's planting cotton. Hey horse, stop trampling the crops. I know I'm riding you and all that one. Because you look like a kangaroo. I think the achievement is like literally like you're not a kangaroo. You think that mess up the legs of any horse? Oh yeah, doing this much, not probably good for a horse for an extended period of time. Especially if we jump off cliffs, off rocks and all that. No, don't finish work. It's fine. The planter's a priority. Because we can get that to its last field, and then we'll come back to the horse. You could get used to doing that. So we got Giddy Up. What the heck was Giddy Up? I didn't write the names. So we rode our horse and made it jump. Get a horse riding up to 100%, which is probably what Giddy Up was. And then hop on a horse and jump for 5 minutes straight is the last achievement. For the horses. And like I said, that's one that will start a timer, and I'm just going to keep mashing the space bar Because like I said, there isn't a way to like hold it to like keep it doing it. I just have to keep mashing. But you know, this is gonna take 5 minutes or so anyways, so we could just have this cut loose. And then we'll already be done with our horses, which will be quick. Alright. So we're doing really good on our achievement hunt today. That's what, 3 achievements we've knocked out right now? And we've got stuff set up for I think like 3 more. Ah, yeah, so it's fill up the... So literally for the filling up the riding, I just had to... You know, do that. Alright, so we are starting this. Let me get around this real fast so I don't smash into it. I failed at it. So we're going to start jumping. So it is 39 after by my clock. So if we hit 30 or 45 after, it means we have finished that. So for the next 5 minutes, our horse is a kangaroo. This is what our horse's existence is. We're just gonna jump on our wheat. And honestly, that means I could potentially finish... Oh, actually, so we'll have 2 more horse achievements left. One horse achievement is to jump for 5 minutes straight, and the other one is to ride a horse for 90 minutes. I'm not gonna worry about doing that one on stream. I mean, not unless thing. Let's see, look at, let's see, do we need to look at the timer or wait for the Steam ding? Well, that's the thing. The only reason I'm saying look at the timer is just in case it doesn't count it. Because like I said, I'm mashing the spacebar because I can't just like hold it. Oh, we also have on the top there. That's set to real time. So we could just use the clock at the top of that. You could ride a horse in this game? Yes. I understand they're kind of cursed in the way they can go up like vertical walls and all sorts of stuff. But that was one of the achievements is I have to ride a horse, jump on a horse, get a horse up to 100% riding for a day, which is just you've ridden enough to get it its fitness for the day. 90 minutes? Yeah, probably total, I would guess. And then I have to jump on a horse for 5 minutes. It says 5 minutes straight, so its actual word is 5 minutes straight. So the implication for the jumping is that for 5 full minutes, I just need to basically mash my spacebar constantly. I don't think many horses would put up with this. I think pretty soon the horse would be like, get off me, I'm tired of your crap. My knees hurt. Stop it. Where's my carrots? I may be like a giant, ridiculously strong and heavy bunny, but also, you know, I'm ridiculously large and strong. Seems like a very unrealistic achievement. Or would have thrown you off, having a broken leg. Yeah, and that's the thing. Very quickly, your horse would not put up with this. Yeah, and that's exactly Soul Adams. If I don't get this in one, yeah, I also would be like, okay, let me get a thing that just keeps pushing the space bar, and then go do something else while it ticks down. The good news is if we do get all the horse achievements, like, it won't be this stream, because I'm not going for another 90 minutes, but if we do get all the horse achievements in one in-game day, I can just turn around and sell the horse as well as the horse location, get my money back almost in full, and it'll be set up for other stuff. So yeah, so what we've got left on my list is on my own time I'm gonna get 10 million in the bank, just sitting there. I need to wrap 50 bales. That'll be easy. As soon as I get a mower, it'll literally we'll get that wrapped in one day. We already finished the horse things. We've got the cows set up to start breeding. We've got the sheep set up to start breeding. On my own time, I will do the 50 contracts because there's no contracts on this map, so I have to start a new map for it. I'll have to build 15 beehives. That'll honestly be another one I could see. I could do that on this map or on our own. It won't cost us that much. And we got all that. We've got to get the cotton, which is what I'm planting now. We've got to do olives, grapes, and then there's just the horse stuff, and that's literally it. We don't have the olives or grapes started, but my plan is if I can make it happen with the money we've got in-game tomorrow, I would like to get those down, even if it does mean I have to do stuff later. How are we doing in time here? So I still got 2 more minutes. Well, not quite. I have at least 1 minute and then part of a minute, and I just, you know, because it only changes on the minute, I don't know how long exactly, whether it's a little bit or most a minute. All right, so we should have, in theory, less than a minute left of jumping around on the horse, which I'm looking forward to because I'm getting tired of mashing the space bar. And I'm sure everyone's getting tired of watching the screen do this forever and ever. All right, come on. Takes you back to Morrowind. Should be any second now. Otherwise, we're not doing something right. Because I really hope it's not one of those things that, like, you gotta keep from doing whatever. Alright, so we should be... Alright, so if we don't get in 1 more in-game minute, then... And then the game crashes like 10 seconds. Like, well, this one's not that long of an achievement. That's what I was gonna say is if we do get like another minute, because we should be done by now. If we do get another minute, it doesn't count it. I'll probably have to look up and be like, thank you for the follow. What stream? Sure. You sure it hasn't just riding the horse? So there's one for riding the horse, just in general. There's one for jumping with the horse. There's one for getting the horse 100% riding. There's one for riding the horse for a cumulative 90 minutes. And then there's one for making a horse jump for 5 consecutive minutes, or like 5 straight minutes. I think that's what it says, 5 straight minutes or whatever the wording is. It's the one that says, like, it's got like something like, what do you think this is, a kangaroo? It's whatever that achievement is. All right, so we definitely, yeah, we're definitely over what the time would have been. Takes a bit longer than 5 minutes, so we keep going. All right, well, hopefully that didn't cancel it. Yeah, it probably has something like they've estimated how many jumps it takes. All right, this is... It's a certain number of hops from my experience. It was about 1,000 hops. Gross. Because it'd be one if it's more interesting, but literally I'm just mashing the spacebar. Did you get all the achievements for this already, FG? Just out of curiosity? It's a lot of jumpment. Right among the cows. My fear is I'll get caught up on the fence and it'll stop counting. You have like 3, I understand. To be fair, the cotton is upsetting. Hey, there it is. You are not a kangaroo. Seriously, think of the poor animal. You know what? You're right. You're right. I should have thought about the horse. Hey, horse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait. All right, hang on, horse. I realize I can't sell you if you're not in your home. Correct. It's not time-based. That's what the guides say, at least. Yeah. All right, and with that, I've thought of the animal and horse. Oh right, it's not even here. And horse, don't worry, buddy. I've thought of you, and I haven't treated you right. I'm a bad horse owner. So we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna sell you back. And then I'm going to go right here, because if I do this now, I can get pretty close to my full money back for that horse pen. So that's the horse pen. Double checking. Yep, that's the horse pen. And just like that, $62,000 back in the bank, because I needed the horse. I had to ride for 90 minutes. I did not think that through. All right, my bad. Well, it's fine. It's fine. I don't feel at all dumb about this. Let's go get our straw and our hay and fix all that. Well, if the animals don't die from not feeding them, hey, Chestnut, I feel bad about selling you. I'm not gonna take the time to feed you or anything, and I feel bad about that, kind of ish, sort of. But the game's not gonna punish me in any way for not feeding you, as far as I'm aware. So, you know, look, don't get mad at me, Chestnut. Get mad at Giant Software. They made you this way. Pretty fun. So you collide with it and it makes your horse upset, but then it'll just vertical climb it once you're done there. Alright. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably get the 90 minutes one after stream. Like after we raid out at the end of stream, I'll probably just leave the game up while I work on everything else. Hey, Grumpy, how's it going? Yeah. Good old Skyrim horse. Exactly. But yeah, so that's good, because that means I've got the jumping on the horse. We've got the ride the horse at 100%. We got the jump and ride the horse. And all I've got left of the horse is 90 minutes of running and all that. I'm doing pretty good. Which the good thing is it's cumulative. So we'll just let the planter do its thing. Because once the planter's done, we'll do that. But one of the things that's really upsetting, we're doing the cotton for the achievement and all that. About 10 done already. Oh, yeah, it's probably actually a bit more than 10, but yeah. Like I said, what I'll probably do is while I'm doing, like, after stream, going through clips and winding down for stream, I'll probably just leave this up with the horse going at, like, you know, trot. Instead of riding the tractor everywhere, we use the horse. Yeah, what I was going to say is what I could do is after stream, because I could just set the horse to trot and then have the achievement done and just sell the stuff, get our money back. Because then there'll be more achievements not left to do. Because then we just have the sheep, the cow. Yeah, let's see what we got left. We've got the wrapping bales of grass, the sheeps, the cows, the beef hives, the cotton, the olives, the grapes, and then the horse riding. And then I've got a couple I'll do off stream, like just get 10 million. Like for the 10 million, what I probably will do is I will probably do the thing where you just pull up a map and you go, here's a big wind turbine. Go the next day. Here's a big wind turbine. Go the next day. Here's a big wind turbine. And just do that for a little bit till you have, like, the full amount of money. Because then I'll be able to produce millions of dollars in a single day and just fast forward, like, a couple of days and be done with it. Alright. Produce mills or have mills? It's not produce mills and having mills that I'm worried about. Okay, so I should be able to end the lease on that. Because we're done with that for right now. Where's our planters? There we go. It's under its own section. I almost never leave stuff, so I had to remember where it was. Okay, so we can return. 1 second. That would have been a mistake. Not a big mistake, but an annoying mistake. I want to take this back and spit out all of my fertilizer and seeds. Because you don't care, you can edit. Yeah, I mean, I'll do it legitimately. I'll just do it legitimately in braking mechanics. Have 10 million in your account? Yes. Oh yeah, no, if it was produced at, we've made way more than 10 million on the save file already. I forgot I still had that straw out there. Yeah, so I just want to go over here. This is full of fertilizer and seed. I just want to kick that out real fast. And then we'll end the lease on this. What's the max loan? Like 600,000 or 500,000 or something like that. Alright, so now we could go over here. And return our planter. Alright. Pick up all the hay again. I'm not going to fight getting those last two ones over there. If I can get close enough this one, nah, I'm not going to fight with them. I shoved them too far. Alright, so grab those ones. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to these ones outside our warehouse. And I'm going to drop those off real fast. And then we'll be good. And then we should see the health on our cows and our sheep go up, which will be perfectly in lining with getting them to breed and whatnot. Let's line that up better. So we've got those ones dropped off in the warehouse. We'll loop back around, grab these ones, because I think if it rains in all these, they rot. Which game mechanically what happens is it just goes and say it's like 7,500 liters. If it rains, it might drop down some number of liters. And so you just basically get a little bit less out of it. Alright. Cool. Okay, so with that, we did drop all that off. That's the things I needed to do this in-game day. So I'll park you up. Do I not, like, have to return the horse at all? Is that fine? We're gonna find out. Your horse has run away. You no longer own a horse. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see here first of all. So our sheep are at maximum health. That's good. Our cows are pretty good health. They're not quite maxed out, but they're pretty good. And all we need to do is double the animals here. We need 20 sheep and 20 whatever. Alright, so you have good news with that. And what I'm going to do real fast... Alright, FG, you have a good one. And thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. So I'm going to do real fast. And this is just dealing with ADHD things. Is I'm going to position all of my vehicles where I want them to get the work I need done. Don't roll it. That way, when it comes to actually doing the stuff, I don't have to go, like, hunting for them everywhere. Actually, what time is it? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so I think what I'll probably do... Yeah, we'll do this. And I've just got set to regular autopilot it. Because that's only going to take me a couple minutes to do all that. This... As you can see, this is way, way, way faster than when I do that. Are those weeds in the field? No, that's cotton. Oh, did I fertilized the wheat, right? I think I did. Yeah, that's fine. Strange texture? Yeah, no, it's what the cotton in the game looks like. I was gonna say, it's like, honestly, I could get the other tractor doing the sprayer as well, but as fast as this thing goes, it's not necessary. In hindsight, I probably should have used the course play, but that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Because what I figure we do real fast is if I go ahead and do this, then like I said, after we raid out the end of stream, I'll probably just have my character just sit on the horse, going as slow as possible across the map while I work on other things, to knock out the one where it's just like 90 minutes. Because that's an achievement that no one's going to be interested in watching me do, is just like, sit on the horse for 90 minutes or whatever. And I mean, it's not, you don't have to do it in one go, so you can just keep riding the horse everywhere. But realistically, I'm going to be tabbing between the machines, so unless I just ride it around when I got nothing better to do, that'd be fine. Oh, here's the other question, is if we look at our horse now... Oh, it's not in its pasture. It's probably fine. Of course, the other thing I can do is after stream is I can just work on contracts. Because this is for, you know, grinding out the contracts. This is what I've been doing for the contracts, is going to, one of the maps has tons and tons of fields, turn off seasons. You start the day, you just look it up, you just accept the fertilizer contracts, you do a bunch, you keep repeating that until you finish those for the day and you advance it. Because even a field this size will only take me 2, 3, 4 minutes of real life time. And so you can just burn through them really quick. Versus like if you get a contract that's like plowing a field, that could take you like half hour or whatever. Especially if it's like a really large field. You know, and whatnot. So being able to knock this out 11 miles an hour, 42 meters wide, is really, really quick. Or even for that matter, the harvesting. I'm going to go ahead and snooze the ads one more time so we can put them off till the end of stream. If it gets down to the point where the ads would interrupt it, I'll just finish the 2 seconds afterwards. We got 15 minutes, so I can't skip the ads anymore. Because you only get 3 skips per stream, kind of thing. Well, not skip. You delay it. Accept contract, loan the equipment, set up... Nah, you don't even do that. I don't even loan the equipment. I bought the fertilizer thing so I could always get the really fast one on a really good tractor. It's already loaded. But yeah, no, it's just accept contract, go to the area, course play the field, or autopilot. Because most of those fields are rectangle that you don't even need course play. It's just, the AI does plain rectangles well enough. But you get the idea. You just autopilot it. 2-3 minutes go by, you just go to the next field, repeat the process. That's the reason why I won't do that one on stream, is just, you know, watching me autopilot just one quick field after another and accept contracts and fast forward do the same thing. A productive stream for achievements? Oh yeah, we got like 7 of them or something like that. Because we got the horse jumping, We got the horse doing a jump. We got the horse running, or riding it rather. We got the horse where we rode it, we got it to 100% riding. We got the chickens, well, chickens were already done. We got the pigs done. We got the sorghum done. So yeah, that's 7 achievements we knocked out this stream. And like, honestly, the cows and the sheep are basically just in line. I just gotta make sure their food stays up, and those will get done. That'll certainly be the next time we play this game. We'll probably get both those done. The bee boxes I can kind of get done almost anytime we want. Like, even if I literally just took all, like, the loan we needed, I could just build the bee boxes in no time. That one I might honestly worry about off-stream, just because I'll do all the contracts, be sitting on several $1 million or whatever because of everything, and then just plunk down the 15 bee boxes and be done with it. So yeah, so honestly, I already have everything I need to do the wrapping the bales, except any mower, honestly. If I just have to wrap bales, I can just put the baler on the back and any mower blade on the front and just drive around till it's done. If I don't own enough land, I just drive around the next day in areas we have. And there's plenty place here that I can knock out like 40 bales or whatever it is. Right, because it's the number of bales, not the size. So I can set to its minimum size bale and knock it out in no time. We've got the cotton. I don't know how many harvests of this I'm going to need to do 40. I don't think it's going to be 1. I have a bad feeling it's going to be 3 or 4 harvests of the cotton that's required to get the achievement done. Because this giant field you see here is probably like 2, 3, 4 bales of cotton. Would be my guess. In contracts, you can create bales in any of them. Yeah, so I have to wrap the bales. And honestly, I wouldn't even need to do the contract for that one. Like, literally, I just put a mower on the front. I've already got the equipment. We can just drive around and get the bales done. Like, I've got lots of area between here. We could just literally drop bales all over the place. And then I could just sell the bales when I'm done. Why am I going over here? The next one's up this way. Yeah, because the one I have is an auto-wrapping one. Like, I'll have to stop for just a second while it auto-wraps. You know, and all that. Yeah, so this time we're going to go here. And what I'm going to do is I will use this. Because we'll get that done really fast. Yeah, so it'll be down to the cotton, olives, and grapes that'll be the ones we got to time sync, which is fine. And if those end up being like super slow and uninteresting to do on stream, like, we're down to the last of the achievements. I honestly expected this to take longer. Like, I've been warned it takes a little while, but genuinely, like, it seems like the crops are the big one. Like, honestly, the animals, I can knock those out in one stream. Like, you set them up, you know, advance a day to a certain number and you're good. But the money, you can shortcut that. The bales is no time at all. The contracts are a little grindy. But you can knock out like 8 or 9, 10 contracts in a single day if you get lucky with that one. I've already got on the map at least 20 I've done. The beehives take no time at all. But it's those crops, because I have no context of how much 60,000 liters of olives is so far as time and effort. Like, it's obviously 60,000 liters. But, you know, setting it up and doing it all, I have no context. Part of the reason I'm letting the AI do this versus myself is I do have it turned on where the AI will, automatically rebuy the fertilizer and gas and all that. So it saves me having to run back, buy 8 more things of fertilizer, load it up, drive back out, that kind of thing. So this will save us time even if it's not the most efficient. Should turn on any second now. Alright. Especially since this is only going to take like 2, maybe 3 passes. Yeah, no, it actually looks like it does the perimeter and it does 1 U in the middle of it. This thing... I like this fertilizer way more than the sprayer for actually getting stuff done. If it was like... But when you're using yourself, the low volume of it really hurts it. And then normally if you're playing with the weeds on, which is what we did until like 1, maybe 2 streams ago, you can't put any type of herbicide in there. So you need a different process to deal with your weeds. I could even honestly see just having the sprayer for... I think we even debated that. Was just using the sprayer for the herbicide and then using this for the fertilizer. Just because it was so much faster. But yeah, because I could definitely see... like, honestly... We could just check. I think the width of the baler, I think it's 6 meters. So if I just got a mower for the front of the tractor that's 6 meters, that could just be when I go, okay, this tractor is going in seed. We just drive around and, you know, wrap our silage, or wrap our grass to make silage, and just knock that out pretty quick. Because then I could sell all the stuff for the grass. The animals will be done next stream. It'll be just down to the crops. Which would be good, because then I can focus all of my money and time and effort on that. The big thing will be... Oh, right, and today was the day I was going to put down the olives and grapes. I don't think that's going to get done. And the reason I'm saying that is by the time we finish all these fields, I'm going to be sitting at about 40,000, a little bit of change. I don't know... Well, actually, we can probably still do it. That probably won't happen on stream, though. That'll probably be what I end up doing. Like, when I say on stream, it probably won't be on today's stream. I imagine the next stream when we get back here, we will get the cows and sheep sorted, and then those will go away. And the horse will be done by day, so that'll go away. So it'll give us a bunch of money back. And as long as I keep it in this game day so far as, like, what we got here, I don't think the... it's down here. Construction. Production, orchards. Yeah, so these aren't that expensive. So yeah, even if I had to take, like, a loan or whatever, I should be able to put down a decent amount of the olives and all that, because we'll just lease the equipment for harvesting it and working on it later until I have the money to buy it. That way at least I'm getting some in. And I have no context of, like, what volumes. I've been warned that the volumes you get out of them are not good. But like I said, if I have to sit there and plunk down, you know, an entire tile's worth of olive trees and just do, well, olive, whatever they are, and then just do laps in the harvester, I can do that. Alright, so I think is probably going to happen is after this last field here, I'm going to start this spraying that last field, and then there's going to be a good chance I'm just going to get the raid out happening and all that, because otherwise we'll get stuck with an ad break. And you won't miss much. I'm just literally going to do, like, the last 2-3 laps in the last sorghum field, and then hop on the horse. And, like I said, I'm just going to basically let the horse walk around AFK for the 90 minutes or whatever it is, off-stream. In real life, olive trees are pretty high output, but could take decades to establish. Yeah, that's kind of the interesting if the game were to add like pecan trees and that to the game. Those are another one that you plant the tree and you don't really get your good yields until like 7, 8, 9 years later. So that's just one of those things that's interesting when you think about those farms that those types of plants are planting. You know, literally they put in the ground and they get what's effectively 0 out of the tree for 6, 7, 8 years. And it's just the idea is they do a rotation, so like this part of the orchard is, you know, new trees that aren't producing. This part of the orchard is like right at their, kind of at like, you know, the young end of peak production. This other farm, like this other field over there, you know, it's on the latter part of peak production. And it's just the idea is that, you know, around the time that this one slows down production, it's ready to get rid of it because it's getting old. They turn around and go to the first one, you know, it'll be ready, and you just keep that rotation going. It's kind of like when you have the lumbering areas that they do it sustainably, where they lumber out an area, and then they have another area that they've freshly planted the trees, and then they have, you know, a couple that are in stages in between. So technically all those trees are, you know, some odd years old, but it's just they have a large area that they rotate around, so they're not, you know, they're not stuck like where they plant and then they don't have any product for years. All right, so you can go here. And like I said, I'm gonna end up setting up this one and having it start. But I'm already a little bit over my time, and I got an appointment that I cannot miss tomorrow. And I can't. I got 5 minutes till the ad's gonna happen, whether I try and snooze it or not. So let's go ahead and wrap. So thank you so much for tuning in and all that good stuff. If you're watching on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I cannot raid out in there. That's not a thing. But if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I do intend to have a normal stream tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST for my starting. As I mentioned, I do have a big doctor thing going on tomorrow. And, you know, I don't anticipate it being a problem. If it ends up being a thing, I do post on the Discord like, hey, you know, things are running late, you know, whatever. If stream were to get canceled, I post it on the Discord. So if you ever want to know that stuff, it's on the Discord. You can choose your role and all that. I don't at here. So you can be like, if you want to know that stuff, there is a role you say, hey, I would like to know when schedules change and all that. That gives you the role that's appropriate so that you do see those messages and all stuff. In the meantime, let me go ahead and drop the YouTube and TikTok real fast and get to my ending stream screen and see who we're going to